Hey there, and welcome to the PA Wilds Makers Market, a virtual event designed to help you find products that have been proudly made in the Pennsylvania wilds. My name is Ellen Mattis, and I'm a PA Wilds ambassador who will serve as a host for this virtual event. As a small business owner myself, I'm so excited to be able to introduce you to so many different businesses during the Makers Market. Throughout the event, you will have opportunities to hear from artisans, watch them create pieces live, and interact with them through their vendor profiles, all from the comfort of your home. You'll also see videos about the Pennsylvania wilds, the place that these artisans call home. The PA Wilds is one of the largest blocks of green between New York City and Chicago, with over 2 million acres of public lands, two national wild and scenic rivers, the largest elk herd in the Northeast, world famous night skies, and so much more. The region has become a premier destination for outdoor recreation enthusiasts and others looking for a unique getaway. Our region's natural beauty and wildlife is often the inspiration for regional artists. The artisans participating in today's event are all members of the Wilds Cooperative of Pennsylvania, a growing network of place businesses based here in the Pennsylvania wilds. This event launched last year in the face of COVID-19, which completely altered the way that small businesses operate. The event provides the perfect opportunity for you to support small regional businesses while also finding gifts for the holidays. And it's also a chance to consider where you'll be taking your next trip in the Pennsylvania wilds. The schedule today is chock full of fun, and there are products for people of all ages. First up at 10:30, we have Sue Morris of Sue Salves. Sue crafts plant-based skincare and aromatherapy products from organic medicinal plants that are grown in her magical herb garden. And I'll be talking with her today about her business, and then she'll be sharing insights into how she crafts her products and details about them. Then up at 11:15, we'll have Amy from Sisters Sunflowers. Uh, she'll be joining me live. Amy noticed that some of her favorite outdoor spaces weren't being celebrated in stickers, so she decided to make some of her own. While going live, she's going to talk about how she started her business and show off her outdoor inspired designs today. At noon, Carl from Alabaster Coffee Roaster and Tea Company will be joining us to share 5 tips to make sure your coffee tastes better every day. At 1 o'clock, Marie at Pine Springs Pottery will provide a tour of her studio shop. From coffee mugs to casserole dishes, Marie's functional wares serve as conversation starters too. Then at 2 o'clock, we'll be live with Michaela of PA Made. Michaela specializes in wildlife paintings and graphic design, all inspired by the Pennsylvania wilds. She'll be showing off a variety of t-shirts and stickers for the outdoor and Pennsylvania enthusiasts. And last but certainly not least, at 3 o'clock, we'll check in with Tara from Blackberry and Sage Market. Tara is going to share some background about her business and her brand new shop space. She'll also go behind the scenes and show us some details on how she crafts her eco friendly products for yourself and for your home. I encourage you to take some time today to scroll down to the vendor directory that's below, which features booths and profiles for you to explore. You can click on businesses' virtual booths to enter and learn more about their businesses. You can connect with each artist directly using the contact section of their virtual booths. And then when you're ready to shop, you can simply click on their website link on the artist contact page. And don't forget, some vendors are offering special sales just for this event. So be sure to take advantage of this unique opportunity to find so many items in just one online location. Thank you for tuning in, and we wish you luck today in finding your next wild thing.
What is the Pennsylvania Wilds? It is both a place and a movement. We are one of the biggest blocks of green between New York City and Chicago. We are one of the state's 11 tourism regions. We're also one of its 7 conservation landscapes because of our unique natural assets. We have 2.1 million acres of public land. That's more public land than Yellowstone National Park. We also have 2 national wild and scenic rivers, the largest wild elk herd in the Northeast, some of the darkest skies in the world, internationally certified. I've been doing this work for 10 years, and there's still so many places I want to see. Some of the ones that I've gotten to so far that are among my favorites are the Pine Creek Valley, the PA Grand Canyon. That rail trail is tremendous. The fly fishing down in Slate Run, it's so tremendous of an experience.
DCNR has really been, I think, the forefront of the Pennsylvania Wilds Initiative. We put a lot of money into infrastructure in the region and created wonderful centers like Cinnamahoney State Park Wildlife Center, Kinzoo Bridge, and the Elk Country Visitor Center, and that has really stimulated a lot of the local economies.
As a region, we are just starting to understand through the Wilds work what our conservation legacy is here. And if you look back through, pictures of so many of our communities, this area was once completely logged over. I mean, completely. And now you look at it, and it's, we are Penn's Woods. I mean, we're a huge working forest. And the fact that when you look out there now and you see this forest, one of the world's most valuable hardwood forests, when you see that and you realize where it's been and where it is today, I mean, that is a heck of a story about how we got from point A to point B.
I have really noticed that people have taken a sense of pride in the area. They have taken a sense of ownership.
I first met Joel from West Penn Power Sustainable Energy Fund at a presentation I was doing for New State Leadership. And they had a reputation, West Penn did, for sort of hitching their wagon to passionate projects. They came along just as DCNR was getting all of its major conservation destination facilities online in the region. We went to them and went, we really need help telling this story about these high-performance facilities that have to do with energy efficiency and how that weaves into the Pennsylvania Wilds experience. And they really gave us that sort of tipping point that we were able to build enough capacity to even do things beyond and really help our sustainability. So, anybody who's looking to do work with them, I would say go for it, because they're just a great group to work with. If I have to say, what's my hope, my biggest hope for the Pennsylvania Wilds, it would be that it stays special. And I mean that both in terms of the landscape, that we do inspire stewardship in the landscape, but also in terms of the people, that there really is an economic future here for people that grow up here and want to stay here, because there's a lot of us. So that would be being a part of that, being a part of helping make that happen is really special to me.
Hey again, I just wanted to remind you that some vendors today are offering special sales just for this event. So to go over a few of them, Stephanie Dissler, Artisan Jewelry, today is offering free shipping on Etsy and the link at her PA Wilds Marketplace shop. So you can find her stuff on shopthePAWilds.com, including her PA Wilds branded items. So free shipping on those today. Also, PA Made is offering 10% off all Etsy purchases with code THANKYOU2020 at checkout. Nani and Papa Joe's Homestead is offering free shipping on retail orders over $35 today. And PJ Piccirillo is offering signed copies of his novel, The Indigo Star, which is set here in the Pennsylvania Wilds. And it requires special ordering. So you can see the details on ordering that in the deal section of his vendor profile today. Make sure that you scroll down to see all these vendor shops today and take advantage of these deals.
Welcome to the 2021 PA Wilds Makers Market. Taking place on October 23rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., this online event is a great way for you to meet artists and makers in the PA Wilds region, as well as get started on your holiday shopping. I'm going to step you through the Makers Market page and artist directory today. All the live streams, shopping, and fun will be occurring on www.pawilds.com/makers-market. So be sure to save the page in your favorites so that you can get to it quickly on October 23rd. The first thing you'll see on the page is the link to the YouTube live stream. You can watch this event on YouTube, however, you won't be able to interact or shop like you can on pawilds.com. Don't hesitate to set the reminder or subscribe to pawilds.com on YouTube though, just so you can make sure to get to the event. As you scroll, you'll see information on the event and the 3 different ways that you can participate. Below this, you will see information on the artists that will be involved in this event. You can search by products, services, experiences, location, landscape, or membership type. For example, for products, I can click Body and Self-Care, press Search, and I will get all of the artists that provide those products at this event. Once I'm done, I can press Clear and I will go back to the main directory. For location, I will need to put in a town name, put all areas or within a certain number of miles before I search. And then for landscape, you can just filter through the different landscapes and you'll see the artists that are from that region. Once you're ready to select an artist, you click on them and you can learn more about them and their business. There may also be links to their Facebook or Instagram page as well. You can look at their gallery of the different products that they provide, as well as their contact information. Once you're done, you press close and you'll go back to the main directory. And that is it for the 2021 Makers Market event, which will be happening on October 23rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We hope to see you there.
Ellen here, founder and CEO of social media marketing agency Hello Social Co., based here in the Pennsylvania Wilds. There's never been a better time to start making a conscious effort to support local. We saw what the world looked like without our small businesses and communities, and by supporting local, we can ensure that the businesses that make our neighborhoods what they are stay there for years to come. At Hello Social, we call being an advocate for the growth of small communities, focusing on local. Small businesses and handmade businesses give more back to the local community. When you support a local business, you're also supporting your city and the region that they do business in this case, the Pennsylvania Wilds. Plus, most artists have a story to tell, stories about what inspires them or how they create the way that they do. Likewise, every product that's made by these artisans has its own story to tell. When you shop local, you can see and get to know the person behind it, and you're personally supporting a small business owner's dream. Even if you can't make a purchase, there are so many ways to support small businesses. Here are a few ways that you can do it on social media. First, take and share photos and videos of your downtown and your neighborhood, the places that you shop, the places that you drink, the places that you eat. It may seem small, but by showing your own followers what experiences you're having in your own community, you're playing a small part in that community's growth. Write reviews for small businesses that you visited. This helps other users like you find a new to them business to support. And share their posts. If they're having an event or they're just launching a new product, share their posts to your own social media accounts to spread the word. Welcome. If you've been with us all morning, I hope that you've enjoyed some of the intro videos to kick off today's market. If you're just joining us, welcome to today's PA Wilds Makers Market. So first up this morning is Sue Morris of Sue's Salves in Mill Hall. Sue is a PA Wilds creative maker who crafts healing salves using organic plants grown in her garden and some other great botanical products. Good morning, Sue.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. I'm excited.
Yeah, like so excited to have you here today. So we'll kick this off today by asking you some questions about your business, and then you can show off some of your products and talk about the processes behind them.
Okay.
All right. So to get us started, are you originally from the PA Wilds, or if not, how did you come to call this region home?
Oh, that's a long story. I am not originally even from Pennsylvania. I grew up in New York City where I was very plant deprived. And sort of realized that at an early age that I needed to live closer to nature. And I moved to Pennsylvania, and I moved to Clinton County specifically after I graduated from Penn State. I went to main campus and fell in love with central Pennsylvania, and this is where I've been living ever since, and that was in the early 1980s.
Okay. It's pretty easy to fall in love with living here.
Yes, it is. Very easy.
So how does living here then influence your business and the products that you make?
Well, it just came about very naturally. I learned how to garden when I moved here. I had never really been exposed to gardens or plants earlier in my life. And when I learned how to garden, I immediately gravitated to growing lots of vegetables, lots of tomatoes, and all those usual typical vegetables that we grow. But I also started growing a lot of medicinal plants because I've always been interested in health and healing, and herbalism was something that I gravitated to. I got a degree in nutrition from Penn State. So it's always been about plants, whether it's for eating plants for good nutrition or using plants such as salves, to make use of plants to use topically, because we absorb the nutrients from plants through our skin as our largest organs. So I just started to grow a lot of medicinal plants, and I studied many courses in herbalism over the years and started making products, making salves and giving them to friends who said, hey, that healed this and that worked on that. And I had countless different testimonials, and they said, you should sell that stuff. So that's where it all sort of evolved from.
Okay. And so obviously gardening has been a large part of your life for a long time. How long would you say that you've been gardening?
Since the early 1980s, a very long time. And my garden just gets bigger and bigger every year. I mean, I have a very large garden, which I spend almost all my time in from April to November, I'd say, is where I live outside of my garden. And it's wonderful, and it keeps me healthy and fit, and lots of people come to visit, and they come to spend time in the garden, and they'll stop by for a cup of herbal tea or just to walk around, and it's a very calming place.
So I understand also that aromatherapy is an important part of what you do and an important aspect of your products. Can you describe maybe what aromatherapy is and what the ingredients are used in these products?
Sure. Aromatherapy you can think of as the therapy of aromas. So aromatherapy comes from distilling plants into very concentrated essential oils. So it's the use of different essential oils for different purposes. And I use a lot of essential oils in my products. And in fact, in the last 5 years, I've become a botanical perfumer as well. So I craft botanical perfumes, personalized ones for people. And people will make an appointment and come, and we'll sit and play with the essential oils, and they'll smell different ones until we blend the perfect scent that is the scent of who they are. It's very fun. It's exciting.
Very cool. And so you offer a couple of different custom products, like the Sense of Myself line that you just mentioned. What are some of the other products?
I blend, I make so many different things. The products that I make mostly are my salves. So I can custom blend a salve for specific skincare issues, but for the most part, my salves are overall heal all kind of remedies. So in my salves, I use plants that I grow. So for example, and that's all that's in my salves is plants and some essential oils and some beeswax and in a base of olive oil. So there's no chemicals, there's no preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I try to stay away from anything in plastic. I don't package things in plastic, except the bug sprays and things like that, because they have to be in plastic bottles. But I use plants such as the comfrey plant, which is a wound healing plant. And I'll go and dig up big pots of comfrey, and I use the roots, and I will peel the root like a carrot, because the leaves of the comfrey are wound healing. And the roots of the plant actually will heal bones and achy muscles, and it will penetrate right through the skin tissue. So in addition to the comfrey, I use these beautiful calendula flowers, if you can see. And calendula is a plant. It's just a lovely flower. I grow lots and lots of it. I make lots of skincare with the calendula flowers, but it's very antimicrobial, antibacterial. It's great for any kind of wound healing, fungal infections. So calendula is in everything, all of the salves that I make. I use also the lavender plant, and lavender is extremely soothing for the skin. It's great for burns and dry skin. It's very rejuvenating for scars. I make a tea tree salve, and tea tree is one of the most popular salves because people are familiar with tea tree oil. It's also very antifungal, antibacterial. It's great for scarring and itchy skin, rashes, bruises. Everything's good for bruises. Poison ivy, it's really great for that. It takes the sting and the itch out of any kind of rash. So they're all purpose healing skincare products.
Okay. Would you say that you have any personal favorites?
My personal favorite, I have to say, is probably my lavender salve, because lavender is very calming. It's very soothing. It's beautiful on the skin. It soothes the spirit, and it's great for, I use it on my face every day. You don't need to have a wound or a scar or a bruise to use the salves. It's my face cream, and it has been for 20 years. And it's like good nutrition from the outside in. It keeps the skin beautifully moisturized. If there's any damaged skin, it just immediately will help to rejuvenate the skin and heal it up. So that's probably one of my favorites.
Awesome. So before you take it away here, are you offering any special deals as part of today's event?
I have just put several salves on my website on sale. So I think I have the lavender and the Lang Lang, the unscented. I put a variety of my 2-ounce salves on sale. So you can check out my website. And I also have a blog on my website, and I write a lot about plants and the plants that I use, and just various topics on using plants as remedies.
Awesome. And what is your website, and where can we find you on social media?
My website is SueSalves.com. And I also have a Facebook page, Sue Salves. I have to admit, I'm not posting lots of things on Facebook because I'm busy in the garden a lot more than I am on the computer. But I'm there, and people can contact me. And if people have any questions, I am always here to answer questions. A lot of people email me with questions about what I do and what I make, and they have this problem or that problem and what can help. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, Sue, thank you so much for chatting with me a little bit today. I am going to let you take it away and show off some more of your products.
Okay, I'd be happy to. So in addition to my salves, which also I make a hot pepper salve, and this is great for if you have circulation problems or you have arthritis. It's great for diabetics to use on their feet, for neuralgia. It's great for back pain, joint pain. That's a great one. And this is my salve made with Thai peppers, warming hot peppers. So it's great for the circulation. I make lip butters. So a lot of people use chapstick, and you see people doing this constantly on their lips. Chapstick has a lot of chemicals in it that can cause this top layer of your skin to crack off, which is why people use it all the time. So I developed these nice lip butters, I call them, and I have them in peppermint and lemongrass and unscented, and they're made with coconut butter and shea butter and a little bit of essential oil, but I always make things in unscented too. I make great bug sprays. I have them in 4-ounce and 2-ounce bottles, and the bug sprays are basically a blend of essential oils that insects do not like, such as citronella and tea tree, geranium oil, cedarwood, eucalyptus, and lemongrass. And that's a great example of how I use aromatherapy, because essential oils are beneficial for so many different things. So they're great for keeping the insects off naturally without causing any harm to you. They're safe on kids, they're safe on pets, and they don't kill things, so they're great for the environment too. Since COVID, I've started making something I call antiviral spray, and this is a really beautiful spray. It smells wonderful, as does the bug spray, I think. And this, I harvest lots of aromatic plants from my garden, like roses and mints and lavender, lots of different aromatic flowers, and I use that as the base to then scent with antiviral essential oils like oregano oil and lemongrass and tea tree and rosemary oil. So it smells beautiful. It's a great spray to spray on surfaces, in the air around you, anything you touch, just to be a natural protection from viruses. One of my most favorite things to do lately is to make herbal tinctures. So tinctures are really the most potent way to use herbal remedies and to use plants. They're steeped in alcohol, and the alcohol absorbs the energetic properties of plants. So for example, one of the most popular tinctures I make is Tulsi tincture, and Tulsi is a great plant. I love growing it. It's a fabulous immune system booster. So not only does it help to build the immune system, but it helps the body to adapt to stress. It's very good for GERD. It's wonderful for the digestive system. It helps you to deal with issues like gas and bloating when you're not digesting properly. But it also, the plant Tulsi also helps to remove toxins from the respiratory system. So a really great, wonderful benefit to have in your medicine cabinet is to keep some Tulsi tincture and take 3 to 5 drops every day. And tinctures are, like I said, they're plants that are steeped in alcohol. They come in dropper bottles, and so you're just taking maybe 5 to 10 drops as needed. You decide how much you think you need based on your condition. Little under the tongue, and tinctures are they're a really powerful and potent way to use herbal remedies, and they're nice and potent. So you can take them when you travel. You can keep them in your bag, in your backpack, when you're traveling. If you're camping, if you're hiking, you always want to have some tincture along, because I make a variety of tinctures. So I make yarrow, and a yarrow tincture it's a great. It's also a good wound healer, and it helps to prevent infections, and you can see the yarrow there. Yarrow is a beautiful plant I love to grow. You can gargle with yarrow tincture, put a little in some water or some tea. You can gargle with it if you get a sore throat. It helps to kill bacteria. So if you have a strep infection or a staph infection, it's really good for that. It's good for pain relief if you have toothaches. It is excellent to add to a bug spray too, because it helps to repel ticks. So yarrow has a lot of really great medicinal properties. Another tincture I make is motherwort tincture. And motherwort is another plant that I grow, and it is great for anxiety. It's good for a lot of women's health issues. If you have rapid heartbeat due to anxiety, motherwort helps with that, and it's really good for hot flashes. So lots of women that like my motherwort tincture. Let's see, what else do I make? I make a spray for people who spend a lot of time in cars and campers and drive long distances. It's a really nice mint spray. I call it Motor Mist. It helps to keep you awake and calm behind the wheel. Very good product. Something else, and mostly I try to talk about using plants and using salves in all of my products as alternatives to commercial products, which are highly, they just have a lot of ingredients that are not typically things you want to be putting on your body. They have a lot of artificial chemical ingredients, and deodorant is one of them. So I make some nice natural deodorants. I make spray deodorants and cream deodorants, and they're mineral salt deodorants, and I make them in tea tree, which is antibacterial, and lavender, and so they smell really well. They smell great. My salves come in different sizes. So for example, my unscented salve, my lavender, the tea tree, many of my salves, I make them in 1 ounce jars, nice and easy to carry. And also I make 1/2 ounce tins. So they come in 3 sizes. Some of my salves come only in the larger size, like my Wise Woman salve, and that's scented with frankincense and myrrh. It's a beautiful salve. I have a peppermint foot salve that comes in jars and tins. Peppermint is, it's really great for joint and muscle pain. It's good for achy feet. It's really also good for diabetic feet, athlete's foot. Just if you've been out hiking or you are just in need of soothing your feet, I say it turns tired feet into dancing feet. It's really good. It's also a great salve to rub into a baby's belly if they have colic, because babies are very, peppermint is very soothing to the digestive system. And that's the other thing about the salves is people are often looking for safe and natural products to use on children and infants. And the salve, especially like the lavender salve, it's just beautifully calming and soothing on baby skin. It's good for tender skin. It's just an all-around good, basically a great healing salve for any kind of chronic skin problems. If you've had surgery and you're looking for something to heal your scar up quickly, the salves are wonderful for that, because the comfrey plant, I'll go back to the leaf of the comfrey in a minute. The comfrey plant, which is just such a wonderful wound healing plant, it does help to, it kind of resembles skin. And what comfrey does is it helps to regenerate skin tissue. So if you have cracked cuticles or your feet crack, or you've had scarring or any kind of bruising, the comfrey is just a really amazing, simple, natural plant that can help to treat all of those things super quickly and naturally. Let's see, what else do we have? That's most of the products that I make. I also make body lotions. And one of the things I started making this summer, in addition to the bug spray, I live here on the Bald Eagle Creek in Clinton County, and the mosquitoes got pretty bad because we had a lot of rain, and the canal in front of my house was very full of mosquitoes, which was no fun when I went out in the garden. So I started to cook my calendula flowers, and I cooked them into coconut oil. And then I added all the essential oils I put in my insect repellent, and I put them into the calendula cream. And then you could rub them on your face and all the places where the bugs get you, and you don't necessarily want to spray essential oils near your eyes. So the calendula cream made a great bug bar, and that will be on my website, ready to go for next summer. I've already sold out of everything I made this year. So next summer, there'll be loads of wonderful, nice things to use on your skin. Something else I make, which I don't think I brought out here today, is I make a nice beard oil for men. So I use essential oils. It's an aromatherapy bug spray or beard oil. And that helps to soften the skin under the beard and keep the beard hairs very moisturized. And I use essential oils that are really great also for the respiratory system. So it's got an extra double bonus there for helping men to breathe better and keep their beards nice and their skin nice. So basically my philosophy is herbalism is one of the most important, valuable things that we can be doing for ourselves is going back to nature and using plants for healing, because people are sick and people are getting so many different illnesses that can be helped, especially through prevention with using herbal remedies. And that's why I've become such a proponent of plant-based skincare, but also just learning more about medicinal herbalism for prevention to help you to stay healthy, know which plants are good for what things. So for example, peppermint, which is an easy and common to grow plant, easy to grow and commonly used plant, I should say, is really great for the digestive system. It helps you to just calm the digestive tract. I do also make a lot of tinctures with mushrooms, medicinal mushrooms, which are grown and I've harvested from the Pennsylvania forests. And mushrooms such as reishi mushroom and chaga mushroom, these are considered the kings of medicine in the medicinal world. And I've harvested the mushrooms and created these double extraction tinctures with them, and they've become probably one of my most, I'd say, my most popular products because of how valuable they are for helping the body in so many different ways, especially to cleanse out the lower digestive tract, to help detoxify the body. Medicinal mushrooms are great for decomposing toxins in the digestive tract. So they're really great to just help to prevent a lot of illnesses. Specifically, they're being researched on the prevention of cancer. So when you can take something that comes right out of the Pennsylvania woods and turn it into something that's a healing product that helps people to stay well, I think you're on a winning streak there. Everybody is, since COVID especially, people are starting to wake up to the value of using herbal products. So if you look at a label on many cosmetics that people use, whether it's body lotion or all the different products that people put on their skin, if you see the list of all the chemicals in them, you're going to appreciate the fact that you can take something like a salve, which is made with plants, only plants, and put them on your skin, put them on your hands, on your knees, if your knees are aching, if your back is hurting. I make a pain relief salve that is full of essential oils that are all anti-inflammatory. If you can use nature to treat your skin and treat your body in a safe way, I just think that more people are realizing nowadays how valuable that is and how important it is to stay connected to nature. And that's what's been my passion, is to get out in the garden and just basically take plants and turn them into really valuable things for people's skin and overall health. And that's what I do, and that's what I love. And I think that more and more people are coming to the realization that nature is what we have and what we can take care of and what we can rely on to take care of us. So if you get on my website, SueSalves.com, then you will be able to see all of my products. I don't think I even went into everything that I make. I have many other products on my website, and you can read my blog and learn more about herbal medicine and try the salves for your skin, your hands. If you're achy hands, lots of people are in pain, and that's something that I've heard so many people say, what do you have for pain? And that's why I started to craft the pain relief salve. So it's full of plant medicine. I call it just basic plant magic. It helps to eliminate and alleviate a lot of chronic pain. The salves will just nurture your skin. They'll regenerate the skin, and they'll make you feel as if your skin is staying youthful and young and just rejuvenated without the use of any chemicals that are found in commercial beauty care products. So it's a win-win for everybody. We get to use nature on our bodies, and we can eliminate the need for all of the artificial ingredients and cancer-causing chemicals that are in so many commercial products. And plant-based skin healing, I think, it's something that I've done. This is my 20th year in business, and I'm really proud of that. People are just, they're very interested, I think, in learning more about plants. And so I would say thank you so much for listening to me and for learning more about plants and plant medicine. And if people would like to come and take a tour of the garden sometime next year, we're winding down here. Things are still pretty beautiful out there. Lots of things are still blooming, but next year we'll have some more. It'll just be a whole new year with a whole new set of plants growing. I've done in the past herbal retreats here. People have come for weekends. That sort of came to an end when COVID came, but maybe in another year or so, we'll be able to get back to having people come and learn about how to craft your own herbal medicine, how to make aromatherapy blends. And if anyone's interested in making their own personalized perfume, that's something you can contact me. My email is sue@SueSalves, and you can contact me, and we can set you up with an appointment, and you can learn a little bit about aromatherapy, and be fun to meet you all, and to have you come and tour the garden. And please get on my website, read some of the things that I have written about. I've written about the mushrooms. I've written around comfrey and calendula. I've written just a couple of different stories too. So yeah, I'm really proud to be here. The Pennsylvania Wilds it's a wonderful place to live. There's so many fabulous artists in the region. So yeah, people are tuning in. Check out all the wonderful things that people do. Okay. So I'll just do a quick review of some of the products I make. I make unscented salves. I make a beautiful salve with the essential oil Lang Lang, which is very beautiful, very rejuvenating to the skin, very uplifting to the spirit. Hot pepper salve, if you've got achy joints, arthritis, you're looking for something to be warming and help you to penetrate through into the muscles and help with muscle pain. I take my salves to my massage therapist, so I enjoy getting the benefits of a full body massage. Tea tree salve, that's a very popular product. My all natural insect repellent. They sell these in the Pennsylvania Wilds gift stores, which is very exciting. Lots of bug sprays go out there. Tinctures, Tulsi, yarrow, holy basil, which is the Tulsi tincture, motherwort, the medicinal mushroom tinctures, rosemary. Rosemary is another wonderful plant. I grow lots of rosemary, and I tincture the rosemary because it's very good for the brain. My antiviral spray, lip butters, super beautiful, keeps your lips very nice, very, very moisturized summer and winter. It's a great time to have lip butters on, no chemicals. And one last product, I make a tattoo salve. So for tattoos are so popular, I make a Sue's for tattoos. It is great for healing the skin. It will heal up a new tattoo very quickly and keep the artwork beautiful. So try that. Salve, the tattoo salve. You can see what the salves look like. They're nice, they're creamy, they're soft. They go right on the skin, and they feel and smell wonderful. So that's another really good product. Okay. Thank you all so very, very much. I've had a lot of fun being here today, and we'll see you soon.
Wilds Cooperative of PA. My name's Hannah, and today I'm going to talk to you about what the Wilds Cooperative of PA, or WCO, is, who is involved, and how you can join, as well as how you can find more information on the Wilds Cooperative website. In our About section, you will find that the WCO is a value chain network of more than 350 creative entrepreneurs, organizations, and communities based in the PA Wilds region, a premier outdoor recreation destination. You may ask, what is a value chain? As opposed to supply chains, value chains start with demand and focus on the needs of an entire community and how to meet that demand within those communities. Here at the PA Wilds Center, we know people are coming to see and explore our unique assets, communities, and businesses in the PA Wilds region. The demand for services around those experiences are here and growing. The Wilds Cooperative seeks to ensure that these visitors' needs are met, while at the same time creating new market opportunities for our businesses and producers. The WCO is the main program through which entrepreneurs, small businesses, and organizations can also engage with the PA Wilds brand, networks, and platforms. Who's involved in the WCO? We currently have two types of members, which you'll be able to find as you scroll down in the About section on the website. We have creative makers and experience makers. If you make food, craft, or visual arts in the PA Wilds, you're a creative maker. This membership includes jewelry artisans, photographers, painters, and more. If you operate a business or organization that provides a service or experience to visitors or residents, you're an experience maker. This membership includes events, inns, retail locations, field guides, and more. Why should you join the WCO? There are a lot of good reasons to do so. There is a number of networking opportunities between businesses, also opportunity to utilize the PA Wilds logo, sell products, promote your events that are occurring in your business, as well as learn new skills to help scale and grow your business. These are just some of the opportunities that are available through the WCO membership. As you click tools at the very top of the WCO website, you will also see other networking tools. That includes Wilds Cooperative branding, making sure you're getting updates from the Wilds Cooperative team, as well as, again, tools and opportunities to grow your business. One of the resources is the PA Wilds Buyer's Guide, which is produced every year and can help businesses select locally made products to sell in their stores. These are just some of the benefits of the Wilds Cooperative. I encourage you to join today or check out wildscopa.org to learn more about how your business can benefit from being a WCO member. We hope to talk to you soon.
That live product overview from Sue was amazing. I already put some of the products in my cart for today. Thank you to Sue for hopping onto the PA Wilds Makers Market and sharing more information about your skincare products. It was really valuable and interesting. So, today, as you are shopping, make sure to scroll down to the vendor profiles below this video and then also note the blue icons that are in the lower left corner of some of the profiles. The thumbs up indicates that they have received a recommendation in the past. A tag icon indicates that they are offering some sort of special deal or promotion today. So make sure you check those out and see what kind of special discounts and deals are available today for participating in the PA Wilds Makers Market. Next up, I'm going to welcome Amy from Sister Sunflowers. Amy crafts outdoor inspired designs for her line of stickers. After we chat a little bit here, she's then going to show us some of her finished works and do a little demonstration for us. Amy, welcome.
Hi.
How are you? Thanks for popping on today.
I'm trying to stay warm, but I'm pretty good.
It's a pretty cold day here. It's a pretty gloomy day, which is the perfect opportunity to be on a virtual event.
Yeah.
So, Amy, to get us started, tell us a little bit about yourself. Are you from the PA Wilds originally, or if not, how did you come to call this region home?
So I actually grew up around Black Moshannon. So I'm from central Pennsylvania, I would say. And I grew up around Du Bois as well. So like Parker Dam area, SB Elliott, and all those great places. So I've been visiting these places for a really long time. So I feel like I'm a lot closer to them than most people. And I think that's how I get a lot of my inspiration as well.
Yeah, and tell me about what inspires you. What about the PA Wilds influences your business and your artwork?
Yeah, so I actually have been traveling a lot recently. So I've been to like Montana and like some of the bigger national parks, and I'm like, oh my gosh, these stickers for these national parks are amazing because that's something that I always look for as kind of like a keepsake because it's small and I already have so many t-shirts, I don't really need another one unless it was a place that I really liked. And then I got to thinking, and Black Moshannon, I go there all the time, whether it be for like hiking or paddleboarding or whatever. And I realized that there's no like cute stickers for that area until I started to think about designing some for that. And then it kind of has grown into like branched off into different things, I guess, into different areas.
I got one of your stickers at the Outdoor Adventure Expo. I just wanted to show up my Black Mo sticker. I love
Yes.
it so much. So how long then have you been crafting your stickers? It sounds like it might be a fairly new thing for you.
It has been. I started in April of 2021.
Oh, wow, very soon.
Yeah.
Awesome. So then kind of describe to me your process of turning a concept, turning your inspiration from the wilds into the end product.
I definitely do a lot of narrowing down first because I definitely have a lot of different ideas for like different areas and it's hard to like pick and choose which ones I want to do. So once I finalize or figure out which design I want to work on, I'll start drawing it on my iPad. And I have a program called Procreate, and so I use that with an Apple Pencil to create kind of the different designs that I work on. And then once I get a design that I think that I really like and I'm happy with, I'll send it out to get printed. And I actually thought a lot about this because I was like, oh, I could like print it. And then I have like Cricuts. I'm a very crafty person. So I'm very familiar with a lot of those things. But I wanted more quality and like waterproof and durability for the stickers that I make because I love putting them on like my Yeti or my water bottle or something. And I get kind of sad whenever like one fades away or one washes off. So I wanted to make sure that that was reflected in my stickers and my designs. So I actually get them sent out and then printed and then they'll ship them back to me. So
Okay. And so obviously I have a few of my other stickers in front of me here. I've been waiting for good weather to put them on my kayak. Pretty excited
Ooh.
about that.
Mhm.
But so we know that you have some PA Wild theme stickers, and you have like the Shop Small sticker, which I love.
Mhm.
Tell me about the variety of products that you offer.
So I mentioned Black Shannon before. I've also done a couple for State College. Here, I've got a huge pile of them here. Let me see if I can root through some of them. I did Mount Nittany. Hopefully it'll show up. I did some Rothrock ones and some Whipple Dam ones. Oh gosh, my camera. So there's Rothrock. This was also a popular one from Rothrock. If you've ever done the Tussey Mountain biking trail, it's one of like the, I don't know why my camera is in the wrong spot. Um, but it's one of like the things that it's like a big lookout, well, not lookout, but like a scenic thing, because it's like you're in the woods and then there's a keg, well, keg top on a stump, so it's kind of a joke. I've also done Whipple Dam. Really liked how that one turned out. And I actually so these ones are pretty big, but I just came out with smaller versions of these. So if you wanted to put them on like a water bottle or something, that they're smaller ones.
Very cool. Do you have any that you would say are a personal favorite?
My personal favorite, oh gosh. I always go back to this one just because I love him so much. It's just a little tiny guy. I love these things. They're always everywhere. And this is so small that it fits on your phone. It would fit in a lot of different places if you wanted it to. So this is definitely one of my top ones, but I also really like the floral ones that I've been doing too.
Very cool. You're definitely right. We recently went on a hike in the Quahana Wild area, and those little orange, I think they're salamanders, are
Mm-hmm.
everywhere. I was afraid to walk because I was going to step on them all.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you offer any custom work if people have special requests?
Yeah, I do. I've been doing a couple custom designs for some businesses in State College. But if there are custom stickers that maybe the viewers think that they need, definitely reach out. My contact info is on the PA Wilds and a lot of my other social media outlets have other contact information. So any of those forms work.
Awesome. And speaking of which, how can people find you online?
I'm very active on Instagram at Sisters Sunflowers 4. And I also have a Facebook page and I have a website and an Etsy. So if you find one, you'll probably find the rest.
Awesome. And before I let you kind of show off some of your products here, are you offering any special offers or deals as part of today's event?
I did not uh, set anything up.
That's okay.
So
No
unfortunately,
worries at
no.
all. All right. So at this point, I will let you take it away then and just kind of show off your products and your stickers and what people can expect from your shop.
Okay. Ones that I really, really want to highlight here because I feel like they would be good for this audience, I guess, is the Kinsey Sky Bridge. I was really proud of this design because of the skywalk I made on this side. If you look like really close, my camera's not really focusing, but if you look really closely, it looks like the skywalk from down below, and then the rest of the Kinzu part of it is looks like the wreckage from the crazy event that happened up there. I also wanted to make sure that this one was shown because we're definitely in Elk County and I had so much fun designing this. At first I wasn't really sure how it was going to turn out, but I really love it. I think it turned out really, really well. And since we're doing demonstrations, I figured I could maybe stick a sticker on something. So I'm going to do it to my phone case. And I always tell people whenever you're sticking them somewhere to make sure that the area that you are want to place it is really clean. So make sure that you do that. And like I was saying before, they're good for travel coffee mugs, Yetis, coolers, cars, mirrors. I've heard people put them on mirrors before. Really anything like that. So another one of my favorite stickers that I'll be demonstrating here today is Cottywomple, and I did the definition: to travel in a purposeful manner towards a vague destination. I kind of wrote this out. So in my clean phone case, and I will peel this off. And then I'm going, let's see if I can make this shot look okay. I'm going to maybe, oh my gosh. Camera angles are not my strong suit right now, and I apologize. This might look terrible. So if we go like this, and then just press and make it smooth out, and then it's stuck. And then I also wanted to demonstrate you can take them off as well, and there should be no residue, no sticky residue whatsoever if you take it right off. And I would say you could probably do this like 2 or 3 times max to take it on and off, but I wouldn't advise doing it more than that because then the adhesive is just gonna wear down. So yeah, I've also done a couple of animal type ones, which I think turned out super nice. I would like to do a couple more fish type stickers, but that is for a later date. And I also did a cute little squirrel with an acorn and a beaver, if you like furry wet friends. Looking here, what else can I show you? I did a couple of Black Shannon ones. And this one is a crowd favorite. I also did this one for Black Shannon if you're super familiar with it. This is one of my favorite trails. It's super quick and easy and dog friendly. So the Bog Trail. Another one I did for the State College area was Shingletown Gap. Super popular hiking place. I think that if you've ever hiked it before, this is very similar to what you would see. A bunch of trails down next to the river. And then I've actually done the Ridge Trail that goes up around. Really cool to see the overlooks there. I've also done, this also is a super duper crowd favorite. So I did the state of Pennsylvania with a bunch of different words inside of it, and most of them are I was trying to be somewhat accurate to like where the places were and like if there was anything related to those places, I would try to draw those in. So you can kind of see if your favorite place is actually in there or not. Super cool. I've gotten a lot of good comments on this. And as I was saying before, the flowers are one of my favorites. So those are some of my flowers. And I also did our state flower, which I think turned out really nice. And they all look super well together. Then I also did a meadow, so a bunch of different types of flowers with a couple monarch butterflies, which turned out super cute. There's some more hiking ones. So trek on and hike more. Kind of simple boot print and a boot. And then I don't know about you, but when I go camping, I absolutely love mountain pies. So I thought this little tiny sticker was perfect to show that. And it's actually kind of funny because our family has kind of put a twist on the mountain pies that we make. So we've actually tried to use like tortillas, and we tried quesadillas, and we've also tried like, oh my gosh, egg roll wrappers. And we made like a Chinese type filling and put those in a mountain pie maker over a fire. And they're so good. So I'd highly recommend trying different ones if you've ever had like a pizza one or a PB&J one. Like, there's definitely more possibilities than just those, even though those are pretty good. So I've got a couple more to show you. There's also, I did one for SUP, so stand-up paddleboard. I don't know if anybody's interested in that. I do a lot of that at Black Moshannon as well. And then I did a pretty big mountain bike. So if anybody's interested in mountain biking, there's a few mountain bike type stickers. Most recently, I've been working on some new climbing stickers. So I have this one currently, but there should be a new set coming with a couple more. I'm actually collaborating with Climb Nittany, so I'm super excited for those to come out. I also did this tiny guy, tiny little acorn. I mean, oh my gosh, acorn. I want to do an acorn, but this is a pine cone. So this is super cool, super fun if you have like gaps. I was trying to make sure that I had a variety of different sizes of stickers, because I know that like some people don't like huge stickers, some people need smaller ones, but then if you're someone like me, I cover things with stickers. So I like to have like things like this for like small weird gaps that you might need to fill. And then I also did a Coburn Tunnel sticker. So that's actually kind of off the beaten path of all of these other ones, but it was a custom order. A girl asked me to do, her family's camp was not too far away, so I did this one, and she actually did one of her cabin, and her family members loved it, so that's also another one. Also did a little campfire air freshener. I really love this one because it's super cute and super fun. I thought it was kind of funny too. And then over the summer, I actually did a few beach type ones. So there is like a small handful. I did one for the Outer Banks, North Carolina. There's a couple little dolphins in there if you look super duper closely. And I can't get it to focus, so. And then I also have one that says Sandbridge. It's got a little palm tree and a crab. And a sand dollar. Now, when we were in North Carolina this summer, we went to the Hatteras Lighthouse. So I also did that one as well. And I thought it turned out super cute. It looks exactly like the lighthouse that we stopped at. And unfortunately, when we stopped this summer, it was closed. So it was kind of sad that we didn't get to go inside. But all of the other houses were kind of cool. I also did another fish. I did a mahi-mahi. It's also known as a dolphin fish. I've actually been deep sea fishing a few times, and we've actually caught these before. They make really, really great fish tacos. I know that's kind of morbid, but um, they're super pretty animals, and it's a super fun time to go out and catch them. I also, going back to the teeny tiny ones, I also made a teeny tiny morel, and that season should be coming up shortly for finding these guys in the woods. So I'm excited for that, and this has also been a really popular one as well. So trying to think if there's anything that I can go back to and talk about. Myself like 10 minutes. For custom orders, I really work with people on a case-to-case basis. So email would be best for me. I normally send out the pricing of the cost to make the stickers and all of that, so you know that up front, and then I'll work with you to see what type of specifications you kind of want. If you had a design in mind, if you had a visual design in mind, I work with you closely to make sure that it's really what you want. And it's funny because I always get people saying like, "Oh my gosh, like this is amazing," but like I know it's not. Would it be like hard to change this, this, and this? And I'm like, yeah, it's your design. Like, I'm helping you get to that vision, and I want you to be happy with it. So if it's normally not that big of a deal if it's something that needs changed, and I want you to end up with something that you're happy with, and um, normally it's not that big of a deal. So don't feel bad if you ask to change things, because ultimately it's something that you want to look at too, and it's what you want. But yeah, it depends on how busy I am and what type of season it is, I guess, because turnaround time could be fairly quickly or not, just depending on what is going on with me and if I'm designing more stuff for my shop and more stuff or more custom orders. So I actually have like a decent list going now for custom orders, but I've definitely been working through that list. So I'm excited to try to design some stuff for a Christmas pack, because I think that would be super duper cute. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've been working on currently. I've been trying to figure out what I want to add next to my shop. So a lot of my shop are all stickers right now. But I've actually been kind of playing around with the idea of maybe doing some postcards or greeting cards or prints. So I've been trying to like test the waters with those as well. So you might see those in the near future too. I might just try it with like a smaller batch type kind of thing just to see how it goes. And yeah, then we'll go from there. Okay, so I guess I'll just recap what I do as a business and who I am, just in case anybody came in late or missed the beginning part of this. So my name is Amy Tomasco. I am the owner and doer of all things Sister Sunflowers. I started this business back in April of 2021, and I have been using it as kind of like a creative outlet. I realized that some of my favorite local places didn't have any cute stickers, so I thought that it'd be great if I would give it a try just to see what would happen. And it's been really great so far. I really love designing things and, seeing it from start to finish, or even helping somebody do a custom order. I love hearing feedback and people loving what we ended up with. It's so, I can't think of the word. Everybody's so appreciative. So I currently sell stickers, and I have a website. It's www.sisterssunflowers.com. You can find all my social media on there, and email me if you have custom sticker requests. My Instagram is at sisters.sunflowers4. I also have a Facebook page. You can find all of those on my website. I also have an Etsy if you're on Etsy as well. Trying to think if there's anything else. I guess I'll show you a couple more of my favorites. I think these two go together so well. Oh my gosh. Camera angle. These two are like my two favorite pair. These little guys. So cute. They might not be proportional, but I don't think that matters, right? And there's like little black bears on these. And I really like trying to encapsulate the places that I've visited in whatever way I can. So like Whipple Dam, this is like the spillway and everything that's there. And Rothrock, I made sure to include a fire tower because I think that's, if you've ever hiked up onto the top of the hill on the overlook, you pass a fire tower. Mountain Nittany, I always think that this is like when you're driving down 322 on your way and like you can see it. I thought this was kind of what it looked like. But yeah, a lot of outdoor adventure animal type stickers that could really go on anything that you could think of. And I'm excited to see what other designs that I come out with. I'm also excited to see where what other types of products that I could come out with as well. I think that's also going to be really cool. I'm super excited about it. So like all the flowers. I love all the flowers. And this one is also one of my favorites. Got lots of beach ones. Well, not lots, but we got some beach ones. I feel like my camera's backwards. That's why I'm having such a hard time. All right.
Turns out that you have to unmute yourself. So, as I was saying, thank you to Amy for showing off her products and stickers today. Everything was really cute, and you know, now is your opportunity to start shopping. So, take a few minutes here. I encourage you to just take some time, scroll down on this page, see the vendor directory below, and see all of the virtual booths and profiles that you can explore on the PA Wilds Makers Market today. When you click on a business's virtual booth, you can enter and learn more about that business. You can also connect with that artist directly using the contact section of their booth. And then when you're ready to shop, you can click on the website link in their contact page. So that's the whole purpose of this event. So make sure that you go over, check out their websites, check out the products that they're offering, and start shopping. Thank you for tuning in. You know, I just want to wish you luck in finding your next wild thing today. This is a great opportunity to just support all of the local makers that are a part of the Pennsylvania Wilds region. And just a reminder that some artisans do have special deals and discounts today for the PA Wilds Makers event. So Stephanie Dissler Artisan Jewelry is offering free shipping on Etsy and on the PA Wilds Marketplace at shopthepawilds.com, which includes her PA Wilds branded items, which are really cool. PA Made is offering 10% off total Etsy purchases today with code THANKYOU2020 at checkout. Noni and Papa Joe's Homestead is offering free shipping on retail orders over $35. And PJ Piccirillo is offering signed copies of his novel. If you're not familiar with this novel, The Indigo Scarf is set in the Pennsylvania wilds along the west branch of the Susquehanna River during the 19th century. The book does require special ordering, so you can learn more about it and order that book in his profile below. And also, Sue Salves has a special deal on 2-ounce salves on her website today for the PA Wilds Makers Market. So again, scroll down, start shopping, and we will be back at noon with Carl from Alabaster Coffee. Hey there. If you've been with us today, I want to thank you for hanging out with us during the live event. And if you're just joining, welcome to today's PA Wilds Makers Market. After today's event concludes, we'll be posting the recorded live stream for those of you that would like to rewatch a segment or if you missed something. The event page will also remain up until the end of 2021, so you can easily complete all of your holiday shopping with the participating makers from today's market. If you have shopped today with one of today's featured artists, make sure to leave them a review. So head to their profile, scroll to the bottom of the About section on their profile, and find that blue recommend button so that you can leave them a review or recommendation. Next up, I would like to welcome Carl Fisher from Alabaster Coffee Roaster and Tea Company, a nationally award-winning coffee roaster located in Williamsport. Carl's going to be sharing 5 tips for how you can make your coffee taste better every day. Carl, welcome.
Hello. Thanks for
How are
having
you
me.
today?
Great. Yourself?
Oh, pretty good. Thanks for joining in.
Awesome.
So-
Absolutely.
To kick us off today, just tell me a little bit about Alabaster Coffee.
Yeah. So Alabaster, we are located in historic downtown Williamsport. We've been here for 11 years now. I've mostly grown up here in Williamsport, and really 11 years ago, my wife and I decided that this is where we wanted to be. Coffee was really it was a passion for us, and trying to find what was going to be next for us, and just what we were going to do, and hopefully make Williamsport a better place through it also. So we are a full coffee bar we have out front. If it's loud, it's because we have people in here now. And we are also a roaster. So all of the coffee that we have, we roast on site. And along with our sourcing, we also travel to a number of our partner farms around the world and visit with them and spend time with them as well. So it's really exciting to be able to participate in really the entirety of kind of the coffee journey or the supply chain, really from when it's in the ground to when we get to enjoy it in the cup.
Awesome. So I already know how amazing Alabaster is. I'm a personal fan. But in your mind, what makes Alabaster really unique?
Yeah, there are lots of places to get coffee. And I think for us, we really are driven with a community and a people mission mindset. So through our business, again, yeah, we want to be a good and sustainable and a thriving business. But we also believe that our business is successful when we see the folks that we're involved with and the folks that we live around also being successful. And so, locally, that means partnerships is always a big word for us. It's locally sourcing, working with other businesses close to us. Ways that we're able to to give back. One of the real interesting things that we've been able to do in the past few years is work with Williamsport High School here in town through a program they have called School to Work, where we have gone in and taught and worked with students on how to create a small business, how to run a business through coffee. And we actually have a small coffee bar at the high school that we train students in and they run. And again, like I said, all the way to folks that we're sourcing with internationally. It's not just a means to an end. It's folks that we care about and that we want to make sure that as we're doing good business, that we're doing good business, 100%. And so if that means we're able to pay more, so that goes back to farm level. If that means that we're able to help in farm projects, we've raised additional money when we sold coffees that might funnel back to a specific farm because they need to build more solar dryers, let's say, for their farms. So that's who we are. That's what we're about. We think it's important, and we hope that other people do too.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that everything that you guys do comes back to that overall vision and mission for the company. So that's awesome. So before I let you take it away, can you tell me what your favorite drink at the shop is?
Yes. It's I mean, I love just brewed coffee. You know, I really love natural processed coffees wherever they're from. So just very like bright, sweet, lively coffees that sometimes taste maybe left field for folks that haven't, you know, explored a lot in brewed coffees. Um, but if I want milk, I'm just like traditional cappuccino, like a little 6 ounce with espresso and great steamed milk, and I'm happy.
Sounds awesome. All right, Carl, I'll let you take it away.
All right. Well, again, thanks for being with us. And today, I really just wanted to look through, and I'm calling it five ways to make better coffee at home. Because being in coffee and being in specialty coffee, especially, um, you know what we're offering and what we're selling, like it is a higher price point than you might find in a lot of maybe grocery store coffee, commodity level coffee. And if we're going to be investing in that, we want it to taste good. And so these are 5 easy things that we can do that cost little to no money. And honestly, you don't even have to buy any of these things from us, um, but things that we can do very easily at home. The first is water quality. When we're drinking our coffee, brewed coffee is about 98.5% water. Um, so if your water is garbage, let's say, going in, you can spend as much money as you want on great quality coffee, and you're always going to have a subpar final cup. And a lot of that has to do with water chemistry. If you're not big into science or water chemistry, there are, we'll say, 4 kind of main minerals that we'll find in our water, especially here in Pennsylvania. Oftentimes find copper, calcium, magnesium, and sodium. And then some of those will also be, we might hear them called bicarbonates, perhaps. The first one, copper, like dissolved metals, that all comes to us from our infrastructure. You know, Williamsport, we actually have really, really great water at the source. One of our difficulties is we have really old infrastructure. So the water can be great at the reservoir or at the plant, but by the time it comes out of my faucet, it's picked up 100-year-old dissolved minerals through the pipes. Um, we also find we can have really hard water, which often comes from limescale. And what those things do is really impact the ability for the water to dissolve our solids out of the coffee. So you're going to have lackluster coffee. You're also going to be killing your equipment and wearing that down much faster than it needs to be. I just saw this morning, I have a little glass pitcher I fill my dog's bowl with from our sink. Our sink is unfiltered. And just from the water that evaporated from last night, there was some little bits of lime scale in it. And so the easiest thing you can do, I say, always use even just a basic water filter on anything that you're going to drink. It can be charcoal, it can be carbon, it can be a Brita. Those are all great, and it's a first step, and it's really going to be helpful. Maybe if you have a refrigerator with a water dispenser on it, make sure that you're up on changing out your filtration. It's going to make a really big difference. If you want to take a next step, something that we offer here, it's actually a mineral packet from a company called Third Wave Water. And the whole idea behind this is to create the ideal chemistry for brewing water. And so Third Wave Water has in it magnesium sulfate, calcium citrate, and sodium, if you're up on your minerals. And one of these packets, and they were in like $1.25, is great for 1 gallon of water. You start with distilled water or a reverse osmosis water or a deionized water. You want to start something that has absolutely no minerals in it. So a 0 ppm, one of these packets in, shake it up, and you've got a gallon of ideal brewing water. And this makes such a difference. It is absolutely amazing how much it impacts the taste and will impact the ability for your water to extract and brew your coffee. Thing number 2 is your coffee. The other 1.5% of your dissolved solids, let's say, in your coffee. Again, if we're going to have quality water, we need to have quality coffee. One of the things that we really pride ourselves in is in the quality of coffee that we work with, and really wanting to invest in and work with farms and helping folks understand how to have sustainable businesses, sustainable farms, and just continuing to increase that quality all the way around. Couple bags of coffee back here. Us as a roaster, we focus on what we call single origin coffees, and that just means we can trace these coffees back to a particular place. Ideally, it is a single farm. Sometimes it's a cooperative of farms, because we want to know where these coffees come from. There's a very similar likeness into other culinary arts, so especially wine. If you're into wine, all of the things that go into how we would describe wine in terms of where it's from, terroir, soil makeup, elevation, genetic variety of the grape in that sense. All of that is exactly the same in coffee, and so it makes a difference. One of the interesting things about specialty coffee is that coffee is a crop that at the specialty end is all hand picked. There is actual, hand labor the entire way through. There is not a machine that goes through and does that. On a lower quality coffee, on a commodity grade coffee, we might see some machines that would strip pick coffees, but you're getting underripes, you're getting overripes, you're getting all kinds of stuff in your coffee, and you're not getting clean coffee. We see that, when we finally get that coffee. I'm going to show you an example of what we call green coffee, or unroasted raw coffee, perhaps. This is what coffee, there it is, what coffee looks like before it's roasted. It's the pit of a fruit. And when we get coffees in, what we have a whole grading and scoring process just for the raw coffee. And so that makes a huge, huge difference. So thing number 3, we've talked about water. We've talked about the quality of the coffee that you get. So how about how we treat our coffee? I want to say coffee storage. The big enemy of coffee is oxidation. So think very similarly to soda. Once you open a bottle of soda, it's bright, it's sparkly from the CO2. If you let it sit around for a couple of days, it loses that sparkle because all the CO2 dissipates. Oxygen will impact freshness of coffee. Once coffee is roasted, it also gives off gas. We sometimes call it outgassing. And coffee over time does not rot or decay, anything like that, but it will stale. Like I said, similar to soda or to like a fresh baked bread. You could take coffee that was 10 years old, brew it, drink it. You're not going to hurt yourself. It's not going to taste great, but it's not going to make you sick. But so how can we take care of coffee? There are a couple common, I think, misnomers of how to care for coffee. I'd say the biggest ones: don't ever put your coffee in the refrigerator. Coffee is porous and absorbs moisture, absorbs odors. So if you put especially ground coffee in your refrigerator, you're going to be absorbing all of that moisture from in your refrigerator. So if you've got a little salmon smell, maybe in your fridge, you're going to have that absorbed into your coffee. I'd also say, ideally, we're not putting coffee in the freezer. If you're freezing coffee, it's because you're holding it for a really long time. They actually encourage you to drink coffee fresh. Don't purchase so much that you need to freeze it. But if you do freeze it, make sure that you let it thaw before you run it through a grinder. If you have that at home, otherwise it's going to be like grinding small stones in your grinder, and you're just going to demolish your grinder, and no one's going to be happy with that. So if your coffee is comfortable, or your coffee's comfortable if you're comfortable. Keep it in a kind of dark place, not super like wet. In most coffee bags, something like we have, there is a valve, a one-way valve, sometimes called a degassing valve. It's not a sniff valve. It's actually to let the coffee outgas and keep oxygen from coming in. So a quality bag like this, you can just keep your coffee in here. If you want to go a next step further, you could do something like this. This is actually a vacuum canister that we carry from a company called Fellow. And the whole idea is that you can put your coffee inside, and there is, you twist the lid, and it takes all the oxygen out and holds that. This is really nice. Perhaps if you're a home espresso maker and you're not going through espresso perhaps as quickly or through as much volume as you would if you're brewing pots of coffee. A vacuum canister is really, really nice to have. So if you want to take a next step in your coffee freshness, do what you can to limit oxidation. So we talked about water quality. We've talked about coffee quality. We've talked about coffee storage. Next, we're going to talk about grinding. The way we grind our coffee makes a huge impact. So taking coffee from a bean to grinding it, everything that we're looking for, we're always looking for consistency. We actually have a little tool, looks like a ruler, that we measure our grind sizes with. When you come in, we package all of our coffee as whole bean because again, it limits surface area, so it therefore limits oxidation. It kind of slows that natural staling process. We're happy to grind coffee for folks that purchase it here and have a whole chart. We will always ask you if you need it ground, what method do you need it ground for? Because that makes a big difference. So consistency, consistency, consistency. And not all grinders are created equal. Probably the cheapest type of grinder is the type that has a little like whirly blade on it, looks like an airplane propeller. We really don't ever recommend those because they're an incredibly inconsistent grinder. And in most cases, a grinder like that, which might run $15 or $20, if when you buy a bag of coffee, most folks would go through a bag of coffee in about 2 weeks or so. If they're drinking a few cups most every day. If you're going through a bag of coffee within a week or two, my opinion is that you're actually better off buying it from a good shop and having them grind it for you on a really nice grinder that they've invested in that is incredibly consistent, and just go through that coffee. You're going to have a better experience than buying a really, really cheap grinder and keeping your coffee whole bean. Now, if you're really into it, you always want to look for a burr grinder rather than the spinny blade. That means it's a grinder that has what look like gears. They're oftentimes flat discs, sometimes it's conical, but you can start with something as simple as a hand grinder like this. These are great for if you're camping, hiking. I use that all the time. I actually keep one under the seat of my Jeep in my little coffee kit because it's important. You never know when coffee needs to happen. And you can go all the way up to something, really, really nice. Behind me here, this is a pretty new grinder. To me, I think it's kind of the pinnacle of home grinders for brewed coffee. Again, by Fellow, it's called the Ode. And it's a great coffee and really will go anything from espresso up to a Chemex or perhaps a small French press. Incredibly consistent. It's really short, which is great if you've got cabinets in your kitchen that don't allow for a tall grinder. That is a really, really nice piece. So finally, all of those things, what's the fifth thing we should do? Is keep your stuff clean. It's just like a vehicle. I'm a musician, an instrument. If you keep your stuff clean, it's going to last so much longer. You're going to understand I mean, you're going to understand how it works better. And again, you're going to be willing to take care of it. And if it's clean and running well, you're always going to have a better product out of it. The two main ways to clean are I'll say there's cleaning and descaling. These are often thought of as the same thing. They're really not. Um, Cleaning really takes care of, we'll say, surface oils, kind of like baked on oils. If you brew into, maybe you have an auto drip at home and you're brewing into a carafe, even if you rinse it out after a couple days, you start to see that kind of like real light brown film in the bottom, and a lot from some of the from the acidity really in the coffee that will kind of bake in there. If you continue to leave that in there, it's going to keep smelling like coffee. It's going to taste very acidic regardless of what you brew into it. And the same thing with your grinders. The darker the roast coffee you put through a grinder, the more surface oils that those beans are going to leave out, and that's going to collect on the burrs in your grinder. And so you always want to be like wiping those out, keeping that clean. Descaling really has more to do with your water quality, like we said back at the very beginning, especially with lime scale. Again, very prevalent here in Pennsylvania from our groundwater. Scale will, it's often that like kind of like white powdery substance you might see in your water reservoir. But it also would like to collect on heating elements. And a lot of times what this does is it impacts your brewer's ability to heat water up to a proper temperature, 195 to 205 degrees, ideal brewing water temperature, pro tip. It's going to make your coffee taste really, really flat. And it's also going to cause your machine to work harder with less efficiency, and is typically going to burn out your elements really, really quickly. A lot of times, machines might come with, like a new machine might come with like a single serve. This is a descaling powder. Again, this is for, think more of the plumbing and keeping that descaled. Then you've also got something like, we use these often to clean out carafes and small brewing equipment. These are small tablets specific for cleaning, getting some of that acidity, that baked on stuff out of there. And you could even have tablets for your grinder. We would run tablets through our grinder. For us, it's daily to help clean those burrs out and keep it clean. Really, all of this stuff, we want to keep it clean. You're going to be happier with your end product, and your equipment is going to last so much longer. I know there are lots of hacks out there, with vinegar and rice and all these different things. Again, my opinion is you've spent money on good equipment, spend a couple more dollars on some proper cleaning equipment that's not going to leave odors, it's not going to leave tastes. They're often very earth friendly also. Like props to these cleaning companies for really looking at the cleaning supplies that they're creating and making those friendly and good to use. So those are 5 things that you can do to automatically and like instantly increase your coffee quality at home. And of those 5 things, we didn't even talk about like your actual brewing equipment. Still makes a big difference, but these are like 5 cheap things out of the gate. We think it's important because again, as a coffee roaster and a main part of our business, we realize that we are oftentimes we're really not selling an end product. If you come into our coffee bar and purchase a drink, you're enjoying an end product. But if you're buying beans from us, you are purchasing an ingredient. And we love to help. We love to consult. We love to work with folks and help them understand really how to use that ingredient better and enjoy the coffee that they've purchased. So 5 easy things. Thank you for sticking around. Hopefully you learned a little bit. And yeah, you can find us online at alabastercoffee.com. All of the social things. And we are, again, in downtown Williamsport, 400 Pine Street that's what we got. Thanks for being with us.
Ellen here, founder and CEO of social media marketing agency Hello Social Co., based here in the Pennsylvania wilds. There's never been a better time to start making a conscious effort to support local. We saw what the world looked like without our small businesses and communities, and by supporting local, we can ensure that the businesses that make our neighborhoods what they are stay there for years to come. At Hello Social, we call being an advocate for the growth of small communities, focusing on local. Small businesses and handmade businesses give more back to the local community. When you support a local business, you're also supporting your city and the region that they do business in this case, the Pennsylvania wilds. Plus, most artists have a story to tell, stories about what inspires them or how they create the way that they do. Likewise, every product that's made by these artisans has its own story to tell. When you shop local, you can see and get to know the person behind it, and you're personally supporting a small business owner's dream. Even if you can't make a purchase, there are so many ways to support small businesses. Here are a few ways that you can do it on social media. First, take and share photos and videos of your downtown and your neighborhood, the places that you shop, the places that you drink, the places that you eat. It may seem small, but by showing your own followers what experiences you're having in your own community, you're playing a small part in that community's growth. Write reviews for small businesses that you visited. This helps other users like you find a new to them business to support. And share their posts. If they're having an event or they're just launching a new product, share their posts to your own social media accounts to spread the word.
Welcome to the 2021 PA Wilds Makers Market. Taking place on October 23rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., this online event is a great way for you to meet artists and makers in the PA Wilds region, as well as get started on your holiday shopping. I'm going to step you through the Makers Market page and artist directory today. All the live streams, shopping, and fun will be occurring on www.pawilds.com/makers-market. So be sure to save the page in your favorites so that you can get to it quickly on October 23rd. The first thing you'll see on the page is the link to the YouTube live stream. You can watch this event on YouTube, however, you won't be able to interact or shop like you can on pawilds.com. Don't hesitate to set the reminder or subscribe to pawilds.com on YouTube though, just so you can make sure to get to the event. As you scroll, you'll see information on the event and the 3 different ways that you can participate. Below this, you will see information on the artists that will be involved in this event. You can search by products, services, experiences, location, landscape, or membership type. For example, for products, I can click Body and Self-Care, press Search, and I will get all of the artists that provide those products at this event. Once I'm done, I can press Clear and I will go back to the main directory. For location, I will need to put in a town name, put all areas or within a certain number of miles before I search. And then for landscape, you can just filter through the different landscapes and you'll see the artists that are from that region. Once you're ready to select an artist, you click on them and you can learn more about them and their business. There may also be links to their Facebook or Instagram page as well. You can look at their gallery of the different products that they provide, as well as their contact information. Once you're done, you press close and you'll go back to the main directory. And that is it for the 2021 Makers Market event, which will be happening on October 23rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We hope to see you there.
Hey guys, I am Amy Tomasco. I am the owner and doer of all things Sisters Sunflowers. I create unique stickers for small local places in the area, and I would almost always rather have a sticker than a t-shirt. And the main reason why I started was because my favorite local places didn't have cute stickers, and I really wanted to represent them. I also wanted to show a few stickers that are super unique to the areas that are mostly PA Wilds. I created this sticker for the Kinzu Sky Bridge, and as you can see, the A actually looks like the walk, and I was inspired to write out Kinzu like the rest of the wreckage down below. So it's super unique to the area, and I was really proud of thinking of this because I also made this elk, and I had a really fun time drawing it. So I draw all of these on my iPad. I get them sent out to be printed, and I do that because when I'm looking at a sticker or I want to buy a sticker, I want to make sure that it's something that will last. And all of my stickers are waterproof and will stand up in the dishwasher. Like, I put them on my Yeti and stuff, and they're fine in the dishwasher. So you could really put them on anything. Mugs, cars.
Welcome to the PA Wilds Makers Market. My name is Stephanie. I am a juried artisan in the Wilds Cooperative of PA. And you'll also find my work in the PA Wilds Conservation Shops at Kinzu State Park and then also Leonard Harrison State Park. I have an online shop. I've been in business for 20 plus years. And now I finally, since 2017, have a great big beautiful studio. And I can really expand on a lot of what I do with the processes in making my pieces. So sit back and I will give you, in a nutshell, a tour of my studio and my creative space. Welcome to my studio. Here's a small display of jewelry that is already for shipping out and shows if need be, or if someone stops by wanting to find that gift. I make these beads out of polymer. And the bindings. These polymer made beads have a faux bark texture. Here are those beads. A lot of rivet work. And the jewelry is a cold connection that doesn't involve soldering. The cuffs that have a texture that I achieved from the rolling mill and impression plates. Connected to my kitchen, the studio is. Here's a shipping station. Everything all in one spot, so I'm not trying to find scissors and tape and everything that's needed for sending out orders. More or less an office area here. The rolling mill that was used to achieve those textures that you saw on the cuffs. I use copper as the metal, and it's very soft, so it accepts those textures beautifully. Those textures also go on my earrings and pendants, rings. A stump made out of black cherry that came over from my older studio. Leather belts holding a collection of hammers, old and new. Swing around. Bench shear to cut sheet metal. Hydraulic press for forming and also cutting out shapes, the blanks used for the different designs. Here is a stamp that I had specifically made for the hydraulic press. It's very large. It goes on the keychains for sale at the PA Wilds Conservation Shop and also online. The pancake dies that I just talked about with all kinds of different shapes. Some of them are themed, holidays, botanical, some little animals, some novelty shapes also. The sheet metal, different gauges, goes in and then is also pressed out with the hydraulic press. A grinding mill. Not a grinding mill. A grinder and polisher. Little lathe. The jeweler's bench that I work at to do pierced work. And the flex shafts, the motors that run the sand, my little belt sander, and then also I have a hand drill. More impression dies that go with the hydraulic press to get all kinds of different shapes and textures for pendants. Soldering station. Rolling cart that works out great for tools. A selection of stamps that I just gathered yesterday that go on the mountain camping pendants. Some here that I had started to stamp. Showing the landscape. And I've already went in with a Cooper cobbler's hammer that has the little divots that adds a texture and then also mimic, kind of like clouds. So the hammer marks that this gives off has just a very interesting texture that I use in all sorts of different things like this PA Wilds branded pendant, along with all these other hammers to give all the textures to achieve kind of like a faux wood bark type of look on these pendants. The anvil is very special to me. And then with the farrier stump, it is a dead blow surface, so we don't have any bounce back with the hammers. So that's a little bit about the pendants and some of the pieces that I create for the different shops, the PA Wilds Conference conservation shops, and then also in my own personal shop. And I do custom orders, and you can find me at stephaniedisler.com, and all the links will be on there. Take you to my social media, my blog, the PA Wilds, all those links, the Wilds Cooperative of PA, my profile, and the pieces that are specifically branded for the Wilds. Well, thank you for coming in, and please ask any questions that you have. Feel free to ask them on different techniques that I would use, or things that if you have a custom order idea, and we'll chat. All right. Stay safe, take care, and enjoy your experience virtually today at the PA Wilds Makers Market. Thank you.
Hey, and welcome back. Who knew there were so many things we could control at our own home to make our coffee taste better? I definitely didn't know. Uh, I personally can't wait to try out some of the tips that Carl recommended during our last segment. Before we move on today, I did wanted to let you know that several of the participating artists during today's market offer custom or commissioned work. So be sure to reach out to them at the contact section in each of their vendor profiles below to learn more. Up next, we have Marie from Pine Springs Pottery. Marie specializes in crafting stoneware completely by hand, one piece at a time. Her pottery is food safe and strong enough for family life, making it a perfect choice for adding beauty to your everyday meals and special occasions. Today, Marie is going to be providing a pottery demonstration for us, and if time allows, she'll also give us a short tour of her space. Marie, welcome.
Hey, Ellen.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for coming on today.
Sure, I'm happy to.
All right, I'll let you take it away for your demonstration.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm here in my shop and studio. I'm in Clarion County. I'm Marie Lewis, as Ellen said, and my business is Pine Springs Pottery. I'm going to make a bowl for you for demonstration today, and then I hope to give you a little tour of the shop shelf so you can see what I have right now. And if you are interested in anything that you see today, send me a message, an email, give me a call if you like. All my contact information is in the Wilds directory, the PA Wilds Co-op directory that you can access through this event, and also on my website at pinesprings.pottery.com. So let's get started. First, I'm going to move the camera down so you can see the head of the wheel a little better. And you can also ask me questions if you like. Okay, I think that's going to be good on my Facebook posts or anything like that. Probably can't see them while I'm doing the demo, but I'll answer as soon as I can. Okay, I've got this piece of clay prepped. I'm going to attach it to the wheel head. I slam it down like that because clay particles are flat, and so if I can compress them on the bottom, it'll be stronger. And the clay goes through lots of stress during the process, but if it can make it through all the stress, then it's really strong enough to use for everyday life. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm going to spin this so you can see. Can you see how the clay is still a little bit lumpy and bumpy there? If I started making the bowl from here, then the end result would be all lumpy and bumpy too. So I'm going to add some water and center the clay. The water helps to reduce the friction between my clay and the hand, so the clay is pretty sticky. I'm going to start the motor so you can hear that going. And then I just use my hands. I've got my elbow kind of tucked into my hip bone here, and I'll press on top and on the side, and I'll lean into it and try to force that clay all into the center of the wheel, and it will look more smooth. I'm going to go up a little bit, squeeze it together, and then go down. Centering is one of the hardest things, especially for beginners, and it can be very frustrating. But once you get it, then it's kind of like riding a bike, you remember. You see how it's getting smoother? Okay, that's pretty good. You see how it's a lot smoother? Looks a little bit like chocolate pudding on top. Feels really good. So now I can put my thumbs down in the center. Again, I'm bracing my elbow so that I'm moving the clay rather than the clay moving my arm around, because I want to keep it centered through the whole process. I open up the floor of the piece. I'm just spreading my thumbs towards the outside. See that opening up? I'm leaving a little thick on the bottom right now. so that I can compress it even further. Okay, so now I've got it opened up. I'm going to use a sponge to compress that clay on the bottom. So I just move it back and forth, press it down. And make sure you can see. I think you can. Okay, so that looks smoother and it's compressed down pretty far. So now I can move on to the next step. Right now I've got, it's kind of a bowl shape, but essentially this is a donut on top of a disc of clay. So I want to thin out this donut and make that into the walls. First I'll move them in just a little bit and make sure it's smooth across the bottom. You see, now I'm working with a sponge. Sometimes I work with a sponge and sometimes just with my bare fingers. It depends on what part of the process I'm doing. So now I'm just compressing this donut and raising it up. I always recompress the top after every throw because that's another place that it can get weak, and I want it to survive the whole process and be strong in the end. Now those walls are really thick, so I'm going to do that same process. Start at the bottom, one hand on the inside, one on the outside, and just squeeze and pull up. You can see it starting to grow. There's lots of different ways that people make bowls. There's lots of different clays. There's no one right way. Your way is whatever works for you. Another pull from the bottom. And you can see you have an inside view, so you can see on the inside that ridge going up. Compress the edge. It's still a little thick down at the bottom. Try to grab some of that clay and pull it up. I'm going for about 1/4 inch in thickness all the way around. On the base and on the walls. That'll give me a nice strong pot, but it also won't feel heavy and clunky in your hands. That's the goal, is neither fragile nor clunky. It's a real scientific term, clunky. You can really see it getting closer to the end shape here. I started out with 4 pounds of clay for this bowl. Makes a nice size serving bowl. It'll shrink some during the process. It shrinks about 12–13%. So it will lose a little bit in width and a little bit in height. It'll still be a nice shape. A little shaping here for the end. Okay, so I think this is a good size. I'll clean it up a little bit. I'm using a stick, just a sharpened stick. I'm going to take a little bit off the bottom to make a foot You can't see that at all. I'm just taking off some of the excess clay off the bottom. It'll give it a nicer shape. Now I'm going to clean out the inside. I don't want that excess water sitting in there. That will make the clay puff up again and be weak. This is a stoneware clay that I'm using. And I'll heat it up to 2300 degrees in the final firing. So that makes it really strong and usable. You can use it in the oven, the microwave, the dishwasher. It's very chip resistant. It's just a little piece of cloth that I use. I'm going to add a lip detail here. You can see sometimes that makes it a bit messy inside. I'm going to just take my sponge again and smooth that out. Okay. So that's the basics of how I make a bowl out of 4 pounds of clay. And I've got some other ones in process here so I can show you some of the next steps to get it to that strong finished place. Just clean the clay off my hands. I throw on these plastic discs that are called bats. So I can just lift them up when I'm done throwing. It lifts right up off the wheel head, and then set it aside on my table so that I can continue making things. I usually make a whole bunch of bowls, a table full of bowls, in one sitting. So I'm going to set that aside here. And I've got one that's dry. Now I let that wet one sit for overnight, and then I'll be able to remove it from the bat. I smooth out the bottom, and then I write my name. And I use a coding system. So that one will have a number 4 on the bottom because I started with 4 pounds of clay. And the reason I do that is so that if you buy a 4-pound bowl and then sometime you want to add a bowl to your set that is a little smaller, then we know what size we're working with. So after it has set for about a week, it looks like this. It's bone dry. It's very fragile at this stage. So it's actually too fragile for me to do any other parts of the process to it. So I put it in an electric kiln first. This is a 2-fire process I use. And the first firing is electric. And it will go from this very fragile light color to this pink color. And at this point, it's less fragile. The chemical composition of clay has changed. This one is a slightly different shape. I also make this squared off shape, but I use these for demos so you can see. So the next step, once I've got a bunch of stuff that's in this bisque stage, this is a little stronger, I can wax the bottom, and then I dip it in a liquid glaze. And I use the same glaze for all of my pieces. So you see all the backgrounds are that kind of soft gray color, that subtle gray. And they all have an overlap of glaze. I'll show you why. I'll dip it down in the glaze halfway, let it dry, turn it around, and dip the other half, and I overlap it. So in the finished product, you'll see an overlap of glaze. Now, once it's glazed, it looks like this one. So this one you can see is white now, but it still has the pink bottom. I don't want any glaze on the bottom because if I set that on the shelf, it'll melt during the firing and be stuck to the shelf. So now I've got this neutral palette to paint on. And I use paintbrushes and sponges and paint all of the designs by hand. I'm going to show you one of my original designs that I've been doing for a long, long time. This one is going to be blue. I just use paintbrushes. Let's see if you can see this one. I There's a couple different paintbrushes required for this one. These stains that I'm using are made out of a little bit of the clay, a little bit of the glaze, excuse me, and a little more water. And the color comes from powdered mason stain. So the same coloring that is made, makes different colors, that's what I use in this. And in the end, it all blends together. It melts together in final firing. So you can't ever scrape this off with a fork or mark it in any way. It would be good for a lifetime. You see that? That adds floral accents. I just call this my floral design. I make it standard in blue, but it could also be made in other colors. Most all my designs are kind of mix and match. You can see that. Now, to finish this one, I would put another design on this side, maybe all the way around. And then often I use a sea sponge and speckle the edge. It gives it a nice accent. Okay, so let's say I've got now 75 to 100 pieces in all different shapes and sizes, and I want to go through the final firing. So I'm going to take these to my gas kiln, which is outside, load them all up on the shelves, and then they get fired to 2300 degrees. It takes a couple hours, 3 hours to load, and then it takes 11 hours to get up to the right temperature. And I tell temperature with these things. These are called pyrometric cones. So this is what it looks like when I put it together. I buy these in boxes, and they measure very specific temperatures. When it's done, it looks like this one. The same thing as this, but this one has been through a firing, so it's melted. This is my target temperature. That's 2300 degrees. So that's what I use to tell the temperature. That and kind of the sound and the smell of the firing. And once it has reached this temperature, I shut off the gas and the air and let it sit overnight. And then I start taking the bricks off one by one. And after really 2 days, I can take things out. They're cool enough to take out. And this is what I end up with. So I started with this kind of design, and it ended up this way. So you can see how the colors have kind of matured and gotten richer looking. Can you see the overlap of the glaze in this one? It's lighter gray. So you'll see that in the background of all my pieces. And then I just need to sand the bottom. See, the bottom is still that clay color, but it's now not kind of rich and natural looking. So I sand the bottom a little bit, and then it's ready to go. Put a tag on it and put it on the shelves. So let's go take a look at the shelves, see what I have over there today. And like I said, you can message me or contact me through any of the ways that are listed on the Wilds. So we'll adjust the camera and take a little tour. Let me get you moved around here. You can see all the samples up on my sample shelf there. I've got lots of different kinds of designs, so I don't always have all those in stock, especially in all the different kinds of pieces. So I keep a sample area so people can see what I have. Okay, now let's go around this way into my shop area and do a pan around. And okay, now I'm going to turn around the camera so you can see the shelves, and I'll talk you through that. Let's see here. Can I turn around the camera? Maybe not. Nope, I can't do it through this program. So I won't be able to see what you're seeing, but I think we can still make it work. So So let me just turn you around here. All right. Maybe I could hold this. There.
Behind a little bit.
Okay, here we go. So I'm going to show you some of what I've got on the shelves here. This is a design I do with cattails and sometimes geese up there. I've got a few of those. And we'll go down to the pine design. I just have very few pieces of that. We had a big festival last week and it almost sold out. I've got a few pieces of my primitive Christmas design, always popular. Again, this one is almost sold out as well. I started making coasters this year. That's something new. These work pretty well. They've got cork on the bottom and they're really good for hot drinks. They're also good for cold drinks. Now, if you've got a giant glass of something with ice and it's sweating and it's a super hot day, it might not absorb all of that liquid, but we've been testing it with cold glasses and they work well. I've got some wine stoppers. I'm going to go up here and see the sunflower. That's become one of my more popular designs. I have a few pieces of that left. I started making these tumblers and those have been very popular. They work great for cold drinks. Really great beer glasses too. This is a little garlic pot. It's got some holes in it here, and that helps the garlic to stay dry on your counter. Got some pieces of my vine design, a couple of nice cups, and coming over here, same vine design. This is an apple baker. These have been really popular for this. You core an apple, put it on that spindle, and then you can bake it in either the microwave or the oven. This is kind of a new design for me. This is called periwinkle. I call it periwinkle. And I started making these flat trays. So I roll out a slab of clay and put it on a mold rather than put it on the wheel. And those have been fun to experiment with. Those. Let's go around here. Here's a yarn crook with the periwinkle design. And then I've got some calla lily pieces. Those are always a popular one. A lot of brides have those for wedding pieces. Although this year sunflower was the most popular with the brides in my bridal registries. Now I'm going to show you guys for the first time a new design I'm doing, and I'm calling this limestone. So this one is the glaze with the overlap without any other duration. So I'm thinking that is going to appeal to a lot of people who have minimalistic designs, who like really simple and clean look, and it will go with anything. So let me know what you think of that. If you know someone for whom that would be a great design. On top, I've got some of this, what I call beach glass stripes. We live near Lake Erie, and we like to go along the beach and look for beach glass, which is old bottles and jars that have been broken up and washed ashore, and they've been polished or sanded by the sand, and they come out in these beautiful green and white and blue colors. Okay, let's go down here to the blueberries. Blueberries gotten to one of my newer designs, got a lot of attention this year. You can see I've got quite a few pieces of blueberry to make great Christmas gifts. A little whimsical, a lot of fun. Nice big serving plate there. Okay, there's some odds and ends, a couple of snowflake pieces, some blue florals, some blue stars. A little more blue floral and blue star up here. There's an empty spot there for the blue floral bowl that was shown in the demonstration, the finished one. Come around here. I've got my t-shirts. I should explain that Serve Beautifully to me is an encouragement. It's sort of a reminder that everything that you do with love is beautiful and you're beautiful for doing it. Come around here. I've got some small things like stocking stuffer things here. So magnets and lots of designs, and then also jewelry, pendants in cross shapes and rectangle shapes. There's a few Christmas ones. Okay, so we'll do a big pan. And then I'll come back in front here and just say thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun doing a demo for you. And if you have any questions at all, or you'd like to snag something from the shelves, just let me know. Send me a message. I hope you'll tune in for the other artisans too. I have gotten to know some of them really well and gotten to love their products. So you can see my fun earrings. Those are made by Stephanie Disler. You can't see the texture very well, but there's kind of like tree bark texture, which is super fun. I don't usually talk about my makeup, but my blush and lip tint is from Tara at Blackberry and Sage Market. She makes all these wonderful things that are all natural. You'll see her later today in the broadcast. And then my logo has updated. Michaela at PA Made. She did a wonderful job helping me with that. So thanks again. Check everybody out, and I will be back to talk to you soon. Thanks. Bye-bye.
The Pennsylvania Wilds is a special place in America. It is larger than Massachusetts or Vermont and is home to 2.1 million acres of public land that we are responsible for conserving and nurturing. That's as much public land as Yellowstone National Park. People visit our special place for our wild elk and dark skies, for the nation's best flatwater paddling, and more than 2,000 wild trout streams. We have 50 state game lands, 29 state parks, 8 state forests, and 16,000 miles of streams and rivers. But it hasn't always been this way. During the Industrial Revolution, Pennsylvania was the nation's timber capital and was responsible for providing the natural resources to fuel the country's rapid expansion. It hurt us. Forests were clear-cut, and wildfires raged. Our now famous elk went extinct. White-tailed deer nearly did too. Today, after 100 years of hard work and conservation, the Pennsylvania Wilds is now home to the only national forest in the state, 70% of our state's finest headwaters, a $1.7 billion tourism industry, and to many, many people still making their living from the woods and forest products. As loggers and foresters, outdoor recreation guides, conservation biologists, artists, and gas drillers, working together to protect the delicate but vital balance that is our working forest. The Pennsylvania Wilds is a special place, but it's also a movement to own and honor our region's past and to keep our home working for future generations. We invite you to join us on this journey as visitors, as stewards, and as investors. Learn more at www.pawilds.com/stewardship. This video was made possible by a partnership between the West Penn Power Sustainable Energy Fund, the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Appalachian Regional Commission, and the PA Wild Center for Entrepreneurship.
Ellen here, founder and CEO of social media marketing agency Hello Social Co., based here in the Pennsylvania Wilds. There's never been a better time to start making a conscious effort to support local. We saw what the world looked like without our small businesses and communities, and by supporting local, we can ensure that the businesses that make our neighborhoods what they are stay there for years to come. At Hello Social, we call being an advocate for the growth of small communities, focusing on local. Small businesses and handmade businesses give more back to the local community. When you support a local business, you're also supporting your city and the region that they do business in this case, the Pennsylvania Wilds. Plus, most artists have a story to tell, stories about what inspires them or how they create the way that they do. Likewise, every product that's made by these artisans has its own story to tell. When you shop local, you can see and get to know the person behind it, and you're personally supporting a small business owner's dream. Even if you can't make a purchase, there are so many ways to support small businesses. Here are a few ways that you can do it on social media. First, take and share photos and videos of your downtown and your neighborhood, the places that you shop, the places that you drink, the places that you eat. It may seem small, but by showing your own followers what experiences you're having in your own community, you're playing a small part in that community's growth. Write reviews for small businesses that you visited. This helps other users like you find a new to them business to support. And share their posts. If they're having an event or they're just launching a new product, share their posts to your own social media accounts to spread the word.
Welcome to the PA Wilds Marketplace. Launched in 2021, the PA Wilds Marketplace is the place to go for all things made in the PA Wilds region. Today, I'm going to step you through the Marketplace. Marketplace homepage has featured products as well as featured artists. And as you scroll down, it also has information about our physical conservation shops and our landscapes that exist in the PA Wilds region. When I go up to the shop button, it takes me to all the items that are available on the PA Wilds Marketplace. On your left, you will see options that will help you filter out based on what you're looking for. For example, when I click Beauty and Wellness, it takes me to candles, lotions, and soaps, and all other things that would fit into this category. When I click the Makers button, it takes me to all of our sellers on the PA Wilds Marketplace. When I click a seller, it will take me to their storefront where I can view more about the seller. I can also learn about their policies, as well as shop just their products. When I scroll over locations, I have two options. One is to shop by maker by where they live in the landscapes of the PA Wilds, or information about our conservation shops. When I click the Allegheny National Forest, it takes me to that landscape and it talks about what's in that landscape as well as the makers that live and work there. And then as I scroll down, I also get to see those makers' items. The other option will take me to the PA Wilds conservation shops. We have 3 physical shops, and this will give you where they're located as well as their hours. As you scroll down on this page, you will also see that there's information about sourcing the PA Wilds adheres to for all of their makers and sellers on the marketplace. Lastly, the inspiration button will take you to the PA Wilds blog, where you can learn more about your artists, as well as DIY and other information about the PA Wilds region. And that's all for the PA Wilds Marketplace. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to the PA Wilds Makers Market. So far today, we've heard from Sue at Sue Savs. Sue crafts plant-based skincare, aromatherapy products, and herbal tinctures with organic medicinal plants grown in her magical herb garden. Combining the wisdom and knowledge of medical herbalism, organic gardening, and aromatherapy, Sue provides effective, pure, high-quality herbal salves for simple to chronic skin conditions and highly effective pain relief. Sister Sunflowers was also a participating vendor today. Amy is an artist of many mediums, but her main product line is stickers. After realizing some of her favorite local places didn't have any stickers to promote them, she designed some for herself. She hopes to create unique stickers for all of the places that she visits. Then we were joined by Carl at Alabaster Coffee Roaster and Tea Company. This is a nationally award-winning micro roastery and coffee bar located in Williamsport. Alabaster strives to respect every person involved in the process of getting coffee from the seed to your cup. This means that they know their producers and the farms where their coffee is coming from. And then we heard from Marie at Pine Springs Pottery. Marie's stoneware is crafted completely by hand, one piece at a time. It's food safe and it's strong enough for everyday life. It can also be used in the microwave and oven, refrigerator, dishwasher, making it a perfect choice for adding beauty to your everyday meals and very special occasions. Now, up this afternoon, we are going to hear from Michaela at PA Made. Michaela is a painter and graphic designer who focuses on Pennsylvania, Elk County, and outdoor related designs for t-shirts, stickers, and other merchandise. She's coming up here at 2 o'clock. And then after that, we'll hear from Tara of Blackberry and Sage Market, whose products are not only a form of art, but also serve a purpose for a sustainable lifestyle. Tara's focus is on reusable, compostable, organic, and eco-friendly products for oneself as well as for your home. Other artists participating today include Conklin Studio Pottery, Jesse Vaughn Watercolor, Jules Artware, Stephanie Dissler Artists and Jewelry, Owl and Moon Creative, Ellen Paquette Art, Jababo Studio, Cottage Glassworks, Nani and Papa Joe's Homestead, PJ Picciarello, and Rich Valley Apiary. Now, without further ado, I'm going to welcome Michaela from PA Made to the PA Wilds Makers Market.
Hi,
Hey,
Ellen.
Michaela.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. So, like I said, Michaela specializes in wildlife paintings and graphic design, all inspired by the PA Wilds Makers Market, or not by the Makers Market, but by the PA Wilds as a whole. She's going to be showing off a variety of t-shirts and stickers for the outdoor enthusiasts today. So, take it away, Michaela.
Thank you, Ellen. Yes, hi, everybody, and thank you for joining me, along with everybody else, and the PA Wilds for the PA Wilds Makers Market. I wanted to start off by just saying a little bit about myself, about PA Made, how kind of PA Made was born, and then I'll talk about some of the products that I offer and how you can become part of the PA Made family. So I always say when I tell the story about PA Made, it happened very organically, and that's kind of one of the things that I love about it. It just I'm following where PA Made leads me, and it's a part of me. I was originally born in California, but I always say that I grew up in Pennsylvania. I lived in Weedville, which is by the well-known Benezet in the Elk County area. So basically, when I say I grew up in PA, I've lived here for, oh golly, like 15 years, more my life now than I lived in California. And like PA made me who I am. And it's made my, PA Made has made my career. And basically just, this is my heart and what I love to do. And why I love Pennsylvania and the Pennsylvania Wilds so much is, in California, I lived in Southern California, where it's a desert, and we don't have a lot of the beautiful greenery and the rolling mountains and the scenic and wild rivers and the beautiful wildlife. There's none of that in California. We were very out, my family loved to camp, and we would seek out places that offered a little bit of those things. But when we moved to Elk County and the Pennsylvania Wilds, my family and I were just so we just fell in love. And everyone always asks, like, why would you move from California? It's just, why not? Like, the PA Wilds is such a great place to live, work, and play, and to be a part of. And it's just kind of how PA Made and why I started doing what I was doing. I've always been a really artistic person, and I went to school for graphic design and photography. And briefly after graduated college, I moved to South Carolina. And again, the environment is very different. The culture is very different. And I realized like how much I loved being in Pennsylvania. And one of the biggest things that I love about our area, besides the wildlife and the nature aspect, is the people. If you watched earlier, what Ta said it perfectly. There's just it's the community and the legacy and the conservation and just the beating heart of Pennsylvania. And I love being part of that. I love being part of that community. I love friendly neighbors. And that was something we were always so surprised of when we moved here also, with everybody waves at everybody. And we're really just a community, whether you live on one end of the PA Wilds region or on the other end. We're all brought together by our common interest, and that we all kind of love the same things. And that's why I love my company, and what I'm able to do is a lot of our products, it brings people together. It's, we're realizing we all love Elk County, or we all love to sit around a campfire, or we all love to get our kayak out onto the river and just enjoy, being outside and enjoy each other. And it's really what drives PA Made and what drives me to create products and just kind of create this community. And I always love to see people wearing PA Made merchandise. Every one of my shirts, almost every one of my shirts, has the logo on the front. And it's so great, because I feel like when you get a shirt or multiple shirts, you become part of the PA Made family. It's just a community of people who all like the same things. And that's kind of what the PA Wilds is about. It's just, we all have the same likes and goals. And it's what I really, again, like about PA Made and the merchandise. I was actually up in Pumpkinville in New York recently and saw someone wearing a PA Made shirt. So it's really cool to see how far some of these shirts and stickers get to go. I've shipped all over the world at this point. I've shipped to Ireland and England and Canada. And of course, plenty of places here in Pennsylvania. And it's just really special. Again, we live in a really special area, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. So when like I said, PA Made started very organically, and that's kind of who I am and what drives the company. But when I first started all this, I was painting. I just felt like I was at a yard sale, and I found an old, it was like a 1-by-1 wooden framed window. And I was like, well, let's paint an elk on it. Like I said, I grew up by Benozet, so I had elk in my backyard all the time. So I wanted to paint an elk on this window. I was like painting, previously I painted like a couple glass vases, a couple glass wine glasses, and just decided to paint on this window. And I painted the elk, and then I had a second window that I painted a turkey on, and then it just kind of snowballed out of there, and I just started painting more and more and more. I actually have an example. This is a more recent painting, but this is a little raccoon on a small picture frame. So this is kind of where it all started, was painting on glass. And I started selling them, and I was just painting. And I miss the graphic designs, part of who I was. And I went to school for graphic design, and I like, both creating, sketching and creating these like icons and imagery, and both digitally designing. So I was painting, which I loved, but I also missed the graphic design part. So I sat on the computer one day after sketching and made some stickers that were inspired by the Pennsylvania wilds and the things I was seeing. So again, like I was painting elk, and then I created a sticker with an elk on it. So something like this is one of my first designs. Again, I'm really inspired by our culture. And when I moved here, something I realized was a lot of the slang terms and what people were saying. And one of the things was crick instead of creek. And it's a really unique thing. And this is one of the original stickers. And when people see it, they just get a laugh out of it. And again, they're like, oh, I say creek or I say crick. And they like that there's just kind of this community of us that now there's a sticker that they can show off of who they are and what they like to do. So it's really special. This is some of the first stickers. I have a camp one. This is one of the first stickers. Also, a lot of people around here, my friends, would go out to camp for the weekend, or we'd have the first day of hunting season off, and they'd go to camp for a week. So all these things that I started to learn and recognize that was very different from what I was, new in California to then when I was growing up here in PA. And so that's where the stickers started. And then I started creating putting some of them on t-shirts, because who doesn't love a t-shirt? So there's the crick on the shirt, and then on the sticker. Ooh. So that's kind of how a PA Made grew with the merchandise, but I also do custom graphic design logos. In 2019, I worked with the Elk County Conservation District on designing the Clarion River of the Year logo. It's one of my favorite places to go during the summers, the Clarion Rivers, to kayak and tube. So that was a really special project to be part of. I've designed some logos for businesses. I did this one. It's not PA Wilds related, but I designed this logo for another company out of Philly. So, we're very inspired by the PA Wilds, but we wear, I also say I wear many hats. PMA just the painting and the graphic design, and I care so deeply about conservation and working with organizations that also care about conservation, like the Keystone Elk Country Alliance and Veterans Forever, and the PA Wilds. And again, we just wear so many different hats. And I also worked with the Elk County Conservation District to do 2 upstream art murals throughout the Elk County area. The first one I did was in St. Mary's, which is where I live now. And these murals were painted directly on the sidewalk or on the road near a storm drain, with messages and imagery that would, help educate people that our storm waters go directly to our water sources. So not to dump chemicals or even grass clippings and things like that down our storm drains, because of how it can affect our local ecosystems and our local water sources. So again, these are things that we're really passionate about over here, and all the different things that we're doing. So that's enough about me and the business, and I'm gonna show off some more products and talk about what we are offering for the Makers Market today. So I showed you a couple of these stickers. Stickers are always so fun because they're a nice little takeaway. You can stick them on practically anything. Like Sister Sunflower said earlier, you can, I have a couple on my water bottle. You can put them on your phone. I've seen them on coolers, kayaks, some of the crazier places I've seen them. Definitely a kayak, of course, your car. So they're super, they're waterproof and they're durable, so you can stick them practically anywhere. Besides the black and white ones, we have some fun full color ones. Here is one for your kayak enthusiasts. This is one of my top sellers. I was really inspired by every time I saw someone go to the river, or when I went to the river, this is the view you see when you're sitting in your kayak, is the kayak in front of you, and the water line. And of course, these are high-peaked mountains, and we have beautiful rolling mountains here in Pennsylvania, but like this one, the rolling mountains and the compass, they have a nice shine to them to make them a very durable sticker. So that's what you're seeing there. Here are some newer designs. First, I'll show you this one. Again, I'm really inspired by my my life and the people around me. This one makes me laugh. It says, "Let's go exploring," like let's go exploring. So basically, anytime I'm getting ready to go hiking or I'm loading up the car, you know, that's always something that we say here in my house is, let's go exploring, and we're just really excited to get out there and have some fun in the PA Wilds and in nature. So that one always makes me laugh. Loading up your car and going exploring. So that one's one of my favorites. And then recently, I'm going to show you 3 of my newer stickers. Again, being a wildlife artist and being someone who cares deeply about conservation, I was inspired by the Upstream project that I got to work on. I created these conservation message stickers. I drew these on my iPad with my Apple Pencil. So here's a little raccoon friend, and he's unfortunately surrounded by garbage. So he's got the little message that says, "Save the critters, don't litter." So it's a really nice conservation thing of saying, don't, you know, cigarette butts, plastic bags, all that kind of stuff. Again, with the water streams, keep my home free of debris. These are all hand illustrations on the iPad. And then this one, leave it, if you care, leave it there, which is essentially a message of, a lot of people want to save fawns, and they think they're been abandoned. And it's just that education of they are happy all curled up in the woods, and mom's probably just looking for some dinner. So it's just these messages about environmental education, all coming back to what we really care about here at PMA. So those are some. I'll show you some more stickers. This is in the shape of Pennsylvania. This is actually an actual PA-shaped patch that I hand painted these flowers on, and then scanned it in and made this patch. So they're all made in different ways. Some are, like I said, drawn on the iPad. Some are just digitally designed on the computer. This one was, you know, painted and put in. There's a couple more. Again, the beautiful rolling mountains of Pennsylvania. It's just one of my favorite things. One of my favorite spots is standing up at the Elk Center in Benezet and overlooking the valley, and it's beautiful. Everyone who likes camping. So there's just a little bit of something for everybody. If you like something outdoors, I probably have a sticker for it. Some new stuff I have in, and I just this morning listed these on my Etsy page, these cute little buttons, again, showing off some of everyone's favorite designs. So the Cricket's Calling is just these pin back buttons. So you can attach them to your backpack that you always bring with you when you go hiking or camping. You can put them on your hat if you have a ball hat that you like to wear. You can put them on a jacket if you got you're rocking a jean jacket or any type of jacket. Here is actually the fourth design in the group of conservation type sticker messages. Save the bees, save the trees. We all love the bees and our pollinators. So that is offered both in a sticker and on this cute little pin back button. Some new products I also listed. I said we wear many hats here at PA Made. I just listed some of these one-of-a-kind PA Made designed hats. This everyone is different. They're all hand sewn on. Each patch is made differently. This is actually a full color like sublimation patch. This is another PA shaped patch with a hand painted home on it. Some screen printed soft patches. This is a really nice hat. It's like a suede dry duck. And I just listed these on my Etsy, which you can find on my Facebook. You can find my Etsy on my Instagram, PA Made, or just go on to PA Made and search for, or go on Etsy and search for PA Made. And you should be able to find my shop, or it's in the directory, should be below this video. It's on the PA Wilds website under my profile. So again, I have a couple Crick is Calling hats for those humans out there that like to spend time on the river, fishing, hanging out. Every hat is different. Everyone's unique. Nobody else in the world is going to have one like yours. This is a genuine US leather patch, all hand sewn on camouflage. I think that's a favorite color of a lot of people around here. And then here is again a soft patch with a black and camo hat. So this is a new product, one of a kind. I just put on my Etsy this morning. So that's some new stuff. The buttons are new, some new stickers. So we're always creating stuff around here. Right before we get off, I want to introduce you guys to a fun little guy that I drew up yesterday, and I think he's going to stick around for a while. But first, I'm going to show you some T-shirts and talk about these. Make really great gifts. I know so many people that I see at shows or even order online. They like to get even like, I mean, any of them, but the Crick or the Elk County Collage, and send them to people who were born in the area or who love to visit the area. So again, I think shopping local for the holiday season, and a lot of this stuff make really great gifts, or even, you know, get a little sticker and send them to someone, just to let them know that you're thinking of them for the holiday season. So we're going to start out. I showed you a little bit of the Crick is Calling t-shirt, and this is a like military green. Shows up a little gray on camera, but it's more of a military green with a full back. And I think a lot, I'm very conscious about the material that the shirts are printed on. Some are heavier cotton. I like to offer a variety of what people like. I lean more towards like the soft, cozy type shirts, but these 100% cottons are very soft, and they only get softer the more you wear them and the more you wash them. This is a relatively new design. I was inspired by, especially this last year, when everything was shut down. You couldn't go out, couldn't go to the club or the bar. And this is pretty much where I spent most of my summer nights, was around a fire, underneath the stars. And again, the PA Wilds boasts the darkest skies in Terry Springs. This is on a beautiful like navy color, so represents the night sky. Again, PA Made logo on the front. There we go. And this design and the Crick design are also offered in my Etsy store in a long sleeve and a zip up hoodie. So especially with things getting colder, you might want to look into getting a zip up. So I'm going to jump to two of my best sellers. This is the first one. This is one of our only prints, Wildlife. Makes me think of like you live a wildlife as in animals and outdoors. So it's kind of got that dual meaning. And again, showing some mountains, the fish in the creek, the elk, and my favorite's the small town nightclub bonfire in the D there. And this is on like a really, I wish you can feel it. It's on like a really soft, cozy material. It's one of my best sellers, and it's in a really cute green color. The long sleeves are in a brown, but again, it's that really soft material. All this is available on my Etsy. So this comes in the t-shirt long sleeve and a hoodie, especially with this cooler weather. I live on my hoodies. Again, I think a lot about these products and what they're put on, and they're so cozy and they're warm and they wash up really well. So I want the best for you guys. I'm always looking out for the best. This is one of my favorite designs. One of my #1 sellers is the Elk County Collage. This is my home. This is where I spend a lot of my time. And it has just a little bit, let me see, I'll stand up, a little bit of everything that I could think of at Wild and Scenic Clarion River, elk viewing in Benazent. Here's Decker's Chapel, one of the smallest churches. Definitely adorable. 555 takes you down into Benazet. Awesome, just to drive and see the trees. Some of the lingo around here, Jeet Yet. A lot of people get a good giggle out of that. PA to biking, Rails to Trails is on here somewhere there. We have a lot of Rails to Trails, like the Clarion Toby Trail. Just a little bit of everything. Strawberry, one of my favorite places to hang out. I just was there on Thursday. Really great environment, really great place to visit. A lot of history there, and of course, Pennsylvania wilds and all those little nuggets. So it's really fun to look at. It's really fun to wear. Again, it's on this so super soft t-shirt. It's very comfortable. This comes in 100% cotton long sleeve, a crew neck, and a hoodie. So there's a ton of options. Depends on what you like. Depends on what you're into. So that's just a glimpse of some of the products. Again, you can shop my Etsy page. If you have any questions, you can reach out. Again, I want to thank everybody for stopping in. I'd mentioned I wanted to introduce you guys to a little friend that I drew yesterday. This is Rutford, my little elk friend. And this is the kind of stuff, I'll draw right on my iPad. And create different things on there. So that was just a fun little guy that I drew up yesterday. And I'm sure you'll just be seeing him around on social media for the holidays and dressing up and being festive. Again, we're winding down for today's Makers Market deal. Before I go, if you shop on Etsy, I'm offering 10% off your order total. Just use code THANKYOU2020 at checkout. When you go to checkout, there's like a box that you can put that code in, and it'll apply to your order total. And then every order that's made during today's sale will get one of these cute little mini stickers. Again, these are the waterproof, durable. They're just tiny, and these are the larger size, and then here's the small size. So if you order during today's event, you'll get one of these free stickers. This is one of my, you can get a PA Made Clothing Company logo, and it's like iridescent. So those are the two offers I'm offering for the Makers Market is the 10% off. Use code THANKYOU2020 at checkout, and you'll get a free mini sticker. And these are just so darn cute. I offer them in this little gumball toy machine you see behind me at events. And I'll do a little quick demonstration stealing this from Sister Sunflowers. It's just very easy, and you can put them on practically anything. I don't know which one. I think I'm gonna put, it's so easy, you can put them on anything. I'm just gonna put this little raccoon guy on my water bottle, and you just peel the back off. Maybe. There we go. You just peel, easy as that. I have a couple on here. I think I might have to do some shopping today to fill it up. But it's just as easy as that. And I have Nature is Neat and that shiny PA Made one on here. So thank you guys again for joining me and joining all the other makers during the Makers Market. You know, it's just so great to be able to sit at home and hang out with us, and we get to hang out with you and get some of your holiday shopping and really think small, shop small for this year's holidays, or just your next thinking about you gift. Some really great products made by some great people. So thanks for hanging out with me today, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy your Halloween and your holidays.
What is the Pennsylvania Wilds? It is both a place and a movement. We are one of the biggest blocks of green between New York City and Chicago. We are one of the state's 11 tourism regions. We're also one of its 7 conservation landscapes because of our unique natural assets. We have 2.1 million acres of public land. That's more public land than Yellowstone National Park. We also have 2 national wild and scenic rivers, the largest wild elk herd in the Northeast, some of the darkest skies in the world, internationally certified. I've been doing this work for 10 years, and there's still so many places I want to see. Some of the ones that I've gotten to so far that are among my favorites are the Pine Creek Valley, the PA Grand Canyon. That rail trail is tremendous. The fly fishing down in Slate Run. It's so tremendous of an experience.
DCNR has really been, I think, the forefront of the Pennsylvania Wilds Initiative. We put a lot of money into infrastructure in the region and created wonderful centers like Cinnamahoney State Park Wildlife Center, Kinzua Bridge, and the Elk Country Visitor Center. And that has really stimulated a lot of the local economies.
As a region, we are just starting to understand through the Wilds work what our conservation legacy is here. And if you look back through, pictures of so many of our communities, this area was once completely logged over. I mean, completely. And now you look at it and it's, we are Penn's Woods. I mean, we're a huge working forest. And the fact that when you look out there now and you see this forest, one of the world's most valuable hardwood forests, when you see that and you realize where it's been and where it is today, I mean, that is a heck of a story about how we got from point A to point B.
I have really noticed that people have taken a sense of pride in the area. They have taken a sense of ownership.
I first met Joel from West Penn Power Sustainable Energy Fund at a presentation I was doing for New State Leadership. And they had a reputation, West Penn did, for sort of hitching their wagon to passionate projects. They came along just as DCNR was getting all of its major conservation destination facilities online in the region. We went to them and went, we really need help telling this story about these high-performance facilities that have to do with energy efficiency and how that weaves into the Pennsylvania Wilds experience. And they really gave us that sort of tipping point that we were able to build enough capacity to even do things beyond and really help our sustainability. So, anybody who's looking to do work with them, I would say go for it because they're just a great group to work with. If I have to say, what's my hope, my biggest hope for the Pennsylvania Wilds, it would be that it stays special. And I mean that both in terms of the landscape, that we do inspire stewardship in the landscape, but also in terms of the people, that there really is an economic future here for people that grow up here and want to stay here because there's a lot of us. So that would be being a part of that, being a part of helping make that happen is really special to me.
I don't even weigh 210.
Welcome back. I hope you got a chance to tune in to see Michaela from PA Made show off some of her products. If you didn't, just a reminder that the live stream for today's event will be available for review following the event, so you'll be able to see everything that's been shown off today. I'm excited to now welcome to our event the last featured artisan for today's Makers Market, Tara Heckler of Blackberry and Sage Market. After I talk to Tara a little bit, she's going to show off some of her eco-friendly products and tell us a little bit more about how things are made. Tara, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Great.
Awesome. So to get things started, just tell us a little bit more about you. Are you originally from the wilds, or how did you come to call this region home?
Well, I'm originally from Long Island, New York, and I met my husband on Long Island, and he was the biggest country boy around, so there was no moving him to the city, and I was more than happy to move to the country. And when I moved here, I just fell in love with everything around here, the environment, the people, the outdoor activity, because I love to kayak, hike. I'm like a big fan of the PA state parks, and I'm just a fan of nature in general. So it was a perfect place for me.
Definitely the perfect place for you. How would you say that living in the wilds then influences your business?
Well, all around me influences my business. The beautiful sights, the environment, everything that grows naturally here. And of course, the amount of space I had to make a garden and really get my hands into the dirt and the soil and grow beautiful things and make products from them. So, I mean, everything from the animals to the birds to the fresh air to the hills. I mean, everything around me has inspired me. So.
Absolutely. So you create organic home and personal care items. How long would you say that you've been creating those?
I've been doing it 20 years. When I had my first son, he's 21 now. I went on a ride and I ran into an herb farm, and I was already a big gardener, ran into this herb farm, was all about learning how to live chemical free off the land and make natural products for our family. So that's kind of how it started, was just doing it for us. And then it kind of grew because people really were interested and wanted to know and wanted to see the process and then wanted products for themselves.
So that's when you realized it could be a business, right?
I did. It's very hard for me to charge for things because I'm that person that wants to give everything for free. But yeah, it did turn into a business and I enjoy it. So now I look at it as when I teach others or I'm selling a product, that just gives me more money to work with to continue what I do and put back into the products that I make. But that was hard to learn.
It's hard for a lot of business owners to learn.
Yeah.
So I know you'll be showing off some products in a few minutes, but can you tell me a little bit about the different types of products that you do offer?
Yeah, sure. Most of my products, like my bath and spa line, they actually come from my gardens, my herbs and my flowers. They go through a process of being grown and then dried, and then I use them in my candles. I use them in everything that I truly make, I take from the garden, straight from the garden into the product. And then my kitchen stuff, like I'm going to be doing a demo on my beeswax wraps, actually. After I do a short tour, I'm going to show how they're made. They were inspired because my mother was a breast cancer survivor. Saran wrap and plastic that you use on your food is carcinogenic. So I decided to make a replacement. So some of my products are just inspired as how much more can we go natural? And how can I make a product that will lessen the harsh chemicals we're exposed to?
Makes sense. Would you say that of all of your products, do you have a personal favorite?
I don't know. My lip balm for sure. I use it every day. I have it on now. And my candles. I love my meditation candles.
I love the candles too.
Oh, thank you.
Do you offer any custom products for people?
I do. And I have done bridal shower gifts. I've done baby shower gifts. I've done favors, wedding favors. So yes, reach out. If you have a specific illness or something that I can research and make a salve for you, or something that would help you in that, absolutely reach out, and I'd be more than happy to help. And something specific to the region too. If a shop wants something that's specifically like a candle, like that's labeled Cook Forest Pine, that I would love to do that too.
Very cool. That's a really cool service you offer. So before I let you jump into your demonstration and tour, what are some of the ways people can find you online?
Well, I'm on the Wilds, of course, so find me on their directory. I'm on their online market too. It's like an Etsy for the PA Wilds artisans. I'm on there, and I'm on Etsy. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. You can email me. Just reach out wherever you can find me. And of course, please come and find me at the shop. Come and visit.
Very cool. So Tara, thank you as always for chatting, and I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, so we're just going to do a quick little tour of the shop and what products I have. I have, of course, all of the products that I make. Then I'm also a huge supporter of other local small businesses as well. So some of the products in here, like I have wax canvas bags that are made from a girl that's local. I have soap that's in here that's made from a girl that's local. I have hats that are made from someone that's local. I have cards and prints that are made by a local photographer. So, and an artist too, an artist from Pittsburgh that we're related to, that's a cousin. So we'll just do a quick little tour around, and then we're gonna come back and do the beeswax wrap. Okay, so over here, beeswax wraps. I have some crocheted pieces from a friend of mine called Humboldt Yarn. She's out in Brockway. I have some homegrown jams from a girl that's from, well, actually there's a store in Saxonburg, PA. Here are my linens that I use for bread. Here's the wax canvas bags I was talking about. They're absolutely gorgeous, all handmade, beautiful. Felted bowls I make myself, crochet and felt, and I use them to hold this aloe plant or any plant. I have a couple plants, succulents. I'm a sucker for succulents, so I use those for those. I have these little wraps that are actually made from recycled plastic yarn, which are so cute and so soft, and they're great for like a gift. Put a little card in there for like a local coffee shop as a gift with this. It's a cute idea. I have some prints here that are made by my niece, actually. She's the photographer. Homemade sage and smudges. This came from my garden. Has my sage, my roses, my cedar. Over here is the spa line that I carry. It goes to bath salts, bath bombs, my salves, my hiker salve. You can actually find that at Kenzu. My lip balms, of course, that are my favorite. Some of my roll-ons. I make natural perfume from essential oils. Toner. Deodorant. These are really cool too. I infused their oils that you can use, like this one I call Stardust. I infused it with lavender that I have grown in my garden. I have it chamomile in here that I grew, and calendula. That aids in sleep. I absolutely love it. Just rub a little bit on your hands, rub a little bit on your, like a heated blanket. Perfect. Helps fall asleep. My Himalayan salt spray. Here's some hats that are made from somebody local that are absolutely gorgeous. Some soap that's handmade. from another person that's local. And then, of course, we'll go over here. My candles, which are a favorite. But here I'm just going to do the example of my my meditation candles. If you can see, I have locally, well, my grown herbs on top, my sage, my lavender, my chamomile, some eco-friendly glitter. Actually, this is shaved glass, and some crystals, and of course my essential oils. But then I have the regular candles too. This one's called Breathe Deep and Chai Out. And of course, I have to put some sparkle on that. Have to have some natural sparkle. It gets just a little bit more pretty to it. But I'm always fully stocked on candles. Those are one of my favorites, like my best sellers. So now we're going to just do the demonstration on the beeswax wraps. They're fun to make. They're eco-friendly, they're compostable, and they're reusable. So instead of saran wrap, you can just reuse over and over for a year. You can wash them with cold water and mild dish soap, lay them flat to dry on a cookie sheet, and they are much, much, much better for you than saran wrap. Like I said before, my mother's a breast cancer survivor, and a lot of my products revolve around different illnesses that unfortunately have been in my family that I'm worried about, not only because that person had that and I was worried about them when they had it, but also how can we lessen our impact on our environment and lessen the amount of chemicals we're exposed to and try to be as healthy as possible. So that's why I came up with these. It's simply made from coconut oil, jojoba oil, the beeswax, of course, local beeswax, and this is called tree resin. So I make my own wax out of that. It took a long time to find the exact amount of each ingredient that I needed to make a perfect wrap, and it took me a long time. It took me probably a good year before I figured out what was best to use. So a lot of thought and a lot of trial and error went into just making those alone. Like, it just took a long time. Then, of course, I carefully choose my my fabric. It has to be 100% cotton. Today I'm going to show you, this is one of my large. It's 10 by 12, 10 by 13, and that's probably one of the most popular sizes. But then I also have packs of 3. I have packs of the large. I have pack of it has the large, a medium, which is 10 by 8, and a small, that's an 8-inch, and that usually covers like a nice small dish, a cereal bowl size, I would say. And then this, of course, was made to cover a 9 by 13 pan. And then the medium, you can use it on a round, even though it's rectangular. I use it on bowls. I use it to wrap sandwiches. I use it to wrap vegetables. I use it to wrap pretty much anything you can wrap. The only thing you cannot wrap with them, and you wouldn't want to wrap with them, is something that's obviously really warm, because it would melt the waxes. Although it would be safe because it's safer than saran wrap melting into your food, you still wouldn't want that in your food. So you wouldn't want to wrap anything that's warm. You wouldn't want to wrap raw meat as well, or anything too acidic. Like, you wouldn't want to lay it on top of and let it droop in tomato sauce, something like that. How they work is really cool. So you just take the wrap itself. This is a canning jar size. It's 5-inch. You take it and you just simply use the heat of your hands to melt the waxes just enough that it forms a really tight seal. Another thing is, I think these are much prettier than saran wrap. I really do. Like, I'd rather see like a bunch of leftovers and beautiful dishes covered with something beautiful as well. Like if you get one of Marie's beautiful pottery, like her bowls, you wouldn't want to cover that with saran wrap. It probably wouldn't stick too well either. I noticed that saran wrap over the years isn't as good as it used to be. So you would much rather something really pretty like this, I think. I mean, me personally. So we're gonna get to making it. This is for us, but I'm still gonna wear gloves because you need to wear gloves when you make it. So this is really, I mean, this part is simple. I mean, I obviously do the background work. I mean, I make the wax and then I let it harden. I have to wash the fabric. I have pre-made templates so that I cut them out each the same. And I cut the fabric, then I iron the fabric. Then of course, I get it ready to be made. So here we're gonna go quickly, do it real quick. You simply just, once you have the wax the way you want it, you just break it up and put this on a cookie tray, obviously. You can use wax paper, lay wax paper down in the cookie tray if you don't want to make a mess of your cookie tray. I have used this cookie tray over and over and over again, just specifically for these wax wraps. So I don't mind it getting, a little sticky. But you spread it just enough. You think it's going to cover, the wax is going to cover the whole fabric. Then set the oven to 205 and put the beeswax wrap in the oven to melt nicely. So I'm going to let it melt for a couple minutes. Hopefully it'll melt completely for you. And then I'm going to take this brush, this foam brush, and then just lightly brush where there may be a little bit of pooling, a little bit too much of the wax is on there. So I want to get a little bit of it off. I'm actually going to show you the size while we're waiting for that. I'm going to show you the sizes so you can see. They're really pretty. And of course, these have been stored a little bit because they're getting ready to sell. But when you see like a little bit of cracks, you'd rather those little cracks than you would like the saran wrap. It's the cracks, so they don't mean that they're not any good anymore. Even when you reuse, you'll see more and more cracking, but that's okay. If you get it new and the cracks are there and you don't like the cracks, there's a simple fix to that. You just take a little bit of coconut oil and rub the coconut oil on the crack itself, and it'll look new. So I just did the middle so you could see. But of course, this is the large size. And I'm going to get out a medium so you can see medium. Here's a medium size. They're nice sizes. I mean, they fit a lot of different things. So, and here's a small. It's a nice size as well. It fits, like I said, probably a cereal size bowl. It fits best. But they're all real nice sizes. And then like the candy jar sizes, they're super cute too. The one I showed you, super cute. They're nice when like I open like a jar of my homemade tomato sauce and say we only use like half of it because I do a lot of canning as well. And then say we only use half the jar and I don't want to put the metal ring on it with saran wrap or something else to cover it up in the fridge. Or we use the metal lid, like one of the kids threw it away. Oh no, where's that metal lid? Well, that's okay. Use your beeswax wraps. And plus, like I said, it looks a lot prettier. Something new I came up with that I have to post to my Etsy because it was pretty popular. I just did a demonstration locally here at Quiet Creek Herb Farm this past summer on making beeswax wraps, and something that's been really popular was like, hey, I love beeswax wraps, I love the idea of it, and I'd love to buy some, but I have kids, and this would be a great project to do with my kids. So I'm like, perfect, I can actually do a kit for everybody. So when I went to Quiet Creek, I brought along my kits, and people really enjoyed them. So here you get the kit. You get it in a bag. You get a wrap. This one has just a large in it, but then I have kits that also have a medium and a small in it, or I might even make ones that have all 3 sizes. But for now, I just have the large itself in a kit, or a kit with the medium and the small. So you'll get a wrap in the kit. You'll get a bag of beeswax, pre-made beeswax, to put on top with the coconut oil, the tree resin, and the jojoba oil. And you get the brush so that you can smooth out any imperfections as you're making the beeswax wrap. And then a a little note card with instructions. So it gives you a breakdown of everything that you need to know on how to make it. So instead of trying to come up for hours with something like the exact amount of beeswax you need and coconut oil that you need and everything else, I did all the work for you, but you get to have fun making it yourself. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cute for a gift for like young kids, nieces, nephews, your kids, grandkids. Something you can all do together that's fun, but then it's also getting them involved in being eco-conscious and learning about how to, be careful about what you're doing, what you're using, how it can help the environment, how it can lessen your impact on, like on the harsh chemicals they're exposed to. You can explain along the way, in little kids' terms, that saran wrap plastic really isn't good, and it destroys our environment. You can tell them there's an island in the middle of the water off the California coast that's just a big island of plastic. Nobody wants more plastic around, so the less we use and the less we have around, the better, I think. And getting kids started young, I think, is truly important. So let's see if the wrap is ready. And it's not. So if it's not ready in a minute or two, then I'm just going to sign off and let you guys go, because you probably have a little bit of an idea of how to do it. I just wanted to go over how you can find me again. So you can find me on, of course, the PA Wilds Cooperative Directory. Find me there. I love to collaborate with other artists. So if there's another artisan in the area that wants to be a part of my little shop here, hidden among the rolling hills of PA and wildflowers, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about that. I would love to have more in here. The more the merrier. And you can contact me through Instagram, Facebook, of course, find me on Etsy, and Shop the Wilds. I'm on there too. On my Instagram and my Facebook, I post a lot of different things that are coming up on the farm. So, for instance, November 20th, I posted a decorating naturally class that I'm going to be having. So in that class, we're going to go out and forage grapevine. We're going to forage some pine, some juniper, and I'm going to have a whole bunch of other things here for them to use as well that are already pre-cut and ready to go. I have my friend Kara from With Heart PA. She's coming to help me. She's an amazing grower. She has the most beautiful flowers, absolutely gorgeous. She's going to be here helping me teach the class. She's going to bring some of her stuff that she has so we can make some beautiful wreaths, some chandeliers, some swags. for the upcoming holidays. And we are also going to have a fire going, so you can warm up by the fire. I'm going to have homemade hot chocolate and homemade marshmallows available, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So each month, in the beginning of the month, I'm trying to post different events that will be going on around the farm and what we're doing. So I love to collaborate with other people around here. I've done Reiki massage with a local girl that does Reiki. It was amazing. She came here and did a bunch of different sessions with people. We did some grounding and meditation, guided meditation with Jess from Hummel Yarn. And I did a workshop on jewel weed and the uses of it and how it helps get rid of poison ivy oils and how to, forage it in the forest, identify it, use it, and how I infuse it in witch hazel or oils, and then make a product from there. So we have all that going on. Check that out. And then I'm also going to be posting where I'll be locally set up, selling. And please reach out, ask me questions. I love questions. I love people asking, can I come out to the farm and just walk through your gardens? Or can you teach me about this? Or can you tell me why this salve works this way? And how did you make it? Where did the ingredients come from? And how did you choose what you did? And I love that. I love meeting people. I love doing things locally. I'm a huge supporter of local. So come out and see me, find me. I'm going to check one more time. And if it's not ready, I'll just briefly go over the end stage of it, but I'm sure you guys kind of get the hang of it. Oh, it's starting to melt. So we'll go over the end. We have time, I think. Do we have time? So as it melts, if you see some places have too much, you can just make sure it goes around and spreads out a little bit more evenly. And then of course you want to pop it back in so that it melts completely. And I'm going to briefly go over the end process so you can see it, and then I'm going to let you guys go. I'm just going to take this to show you. So I use a hanger, and when it's lying down on the tray, I lie this down, and while this is lying on the tray hot, I take it and just clip it and hang it, and literally it takes seconds to dry. It doesn't take very long. And then it's complete. And you've got a complete beeswax wrap. And you can feel good that you didn't use plastic. I think it's pretty cool. So I'm hoping that you guys come out and see me. Thanks everybody for staying tuned, and find me. I'd love to meet you, or find me online, find me on Etsy, find me on the PA Wilds. Thank you.
Welcome to the PA Wilds Marketplace. Launched in 2021, the PA Wilds Marketplace is the place to go for all things made in the PA Wilds region. Today, I'm going to step you through the Marketplace. Marketplace homepage has featured products as well as featured artists. And as you scroll down, it also has information about our physical conservation shops and our landscapes that exist in the PA Wilds region. When I go up to the shop button, it takes me to all the items that are available on the PA Wilds Marketplace. On your left, you will see options that will help you filter out based on what you're looking for. For example, when I click Beauty and Wellness, it takes me to candles, lotions, and soaps, and all other things that would fit into this category. When I click the Makers button, it takes me to all of our sellers on the PA Wilds Marketplace. When I click a seller, it will take me to their storefront where I can view more about the seller. I can also learn about their policies, as well as shop just their products. When I scroll over locations, I have two options. One is to shop by maker by where they live in the landscapes of the PA Wilds, or information about our conservation shops. When I click the Allegheny National Forest, it takes me to that landscape and it talks about what's in that landscape as well as the makers that live and work there. And then as I scroll down, I also get to see those makers' items. The other option will take me to the PA Wilds conservation shops. We have 3 physical shops, and this will give you where they're located as well as their hours. As you scroll down on this page, you will also see that there's information about sourcing the PA Wilds adheres to for all of their makers and sellers on the marketplace. Lastly, the inspiration button will take you to the PA Wilds blog, where you can learn more about your artists, as well as DIY and other information about the PA Wilds region. And that's all for the PA Wilds Marketplace. Happy shopping!
Welcome to the PA Wilds Makers Market. My name is Stephanie. I am a juried artisan in the Wilds Cooperative of PA. And you'll also find my work in the PA Wilds conservation shops at Kinzua State Park and then also Leonard Harrison State Park. I have an online shop. I've been in business for 20 plus years. And now I finally, since 2017, have a great big beautiful studio. And I can really expand on a lot of what I do with the processes in making my pieces. So sit back and I will give you in a nutshell a tour of my studio and my creative space. Welcome to my studio. Here's a small display of jewelry that is already for shipping out and shows if need be, or if someone stops by wanting to find that gift. I make these beads out of polymer. And the bindings. These polymer made beads have a faux bark texture. Here are those beads. A lot of rivet work. And the jewelry is a cold connection that doesn't involve soldering. The cuffs that have a texture that I achieve from the rolling mill and impression plates. Connected to my kitchen, the studio is. Here's a shipping station. everything all in one spot, so I'm not trying to find scissors and tape and everything that's needed for sending out orders. More or less an office area here. The rolling mill that was used to achieve those textures that you saw on the cuffs. I use copper as the metal, and it's very soft, so it accepts those textures beautifully. Those textures also go on my earrings and pendants, rings. A stump made out of black cherry that came over from my older studio. Leather belts holding a collection of hammers, old and new. Swing around. Bench shear to cut sheet metal. Hydraulic press for forming and also cutting out shapes, the blanks used for the different designs. Here is a stamp that I have specifically made for the hydraulic press. It's very large. It goes on the keychains for sale at the PA Wilds Conservation Shop and also online. The pancake dies that I just talked about with all kinds of different shapes. Some of them are themed, holidays, botanical, some little animals, some novelty shapes also. The sheet metal, different gauges, goes in and then is also pressed out with the hydraulic press. A grinding mill. Not a grinding mill. A grinder and polisher. Little lathe. The jeweler's bench that I work at to do pierced work. And the flex shafts, the motors that run the sand, my little belt sander, and then also I have a hand drill. More impression dies that go with the hydraulic press to get all kinds of different shapes and textures for pendants. Soldering station. Rolling cart that works out great for tools. A selection of stamps that I just gathered yesterday that go on the mountain camping pendants. Some here that I had started to stamp. Showing the landscape. And I've already went in with a Cooper cobbler's hammer that has the little divots that add the texture and then also mimic, kind of like clouds. So the hammer marks that this gives off has just a very interesting texture that I use on all sorts of different things like this PA Wilds branded pendant, along with all these other hammers to give all the textures to achieve kind of like a faux wood bark type of look on these pendants. The anvil is very special to me. And then with the farrier stump, it is a dead blow surface, so we don't have any bounce back with the hammers. So that's a little bit about the pendants and some of the pieces that I create for the different shops, the PA Wilds Conservation shops, and then also in my own personal shop. And I do custom orders, and you can find me at stephaniedisler.com, and all the links will be on there. take you to my social media, my blog, the PA Wilds, all those links, the Wilds Cooperative of PA, my profile, and the pieces that are specifically branded for the Wilds. Well, thank you for coming in, and please ask any questions that you have. Feel free to ask them on different techniques that I would use, or things that if you have a custom order idea, and we'll chat. All right. Stay safe, take care, and enjoy your experience virtually today at the PA Wilds Makers Market. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the PA Wilds Conservation Shop at Kinsey Bridge State Park in Mount Jewett, Pennsylvania. Our current hours are 10 to 4, Sunday through Saturday. These hours are subject to change seasonally, so before coming out, please visit shopthepawilds.com to confirm our most current hours of operation. We have a second location at Leonard Harrison State Park, the PA Grand Canyon. We are currently operating out of a mobile trailer, and our hours are Thursday through Monday, 10 to 4 until October 31st. If you're planning visiting the Wellsboro area, be sure to stop by, but don't wait till too long. October 31st will be here soon. We will be reopening this in the spring, so be sure to check our website, shopthepawilds.com, for details. We source our merchandise from artisans who are members of the Wilds Cooperative of Pennsylvania and who reside in the PA Wilds, a 13-county region in Pennsylvania. The product assortment varies slightly from location to location. Some of the items you might find when visiting our shops are short sleeve and long sleeve tees, sweatshirts and hoodies. These are printed in Du Bois and in Wellsboro. Grocery and everyday totes printed in Williamsport. We also have PA passport books, PA Wilds Outdoor Discovery atlases, and stickers. You'll find travel mugs and personal care products for your home, and beautiful pottery. We have Christmas ornaments and unique jewelry. Our team is very proud to sell these locally made products. We talk about the products, where they're made, and who makes them at every opportunity. You can see many of our artists on our Wall of Fame in their studios or workspaces where they create. There are so many things to explore in the PA Wilds. We hope you come for a visit. See you soon.
Ellen here, founder and CEO of social media marketing agency Hello Social Co., based here in the Pennsylvania Wilds. There's never been a better time to start making a conscious effort to support local. We saw what the world looked like without our small businesses and communities, and by supporting local, we can ensure that the businesses that make our neighborhoods what they are stay there for years to come. At Hello Social, we call being an advocate for the growth of small communities, focusing on local. Small businesses and handmade businesses give more back to the local community. When you support a local business, you're also supporting your city and the region that they do business in this case, the Pennsylvania Wilds. Plus, most artists have a story to tell. Stories about what inspires them or how they create the way that they do. Likewise, every product that's made by these artisans has its own story to tell. When you shop local, you can see and get to know the person behind it, and you're personally supporting a small business owner's dream. Even if you can't make a purchase, there are so many ways to support small businesses. Here are a few ways that you can do it on social media. First, take and share photos and videos of your downtown and your neighborhood, the places that you shop, the places that you drink, the places that you eat. It may seem small, but by showing your own followers what experiences you're having in your own community, you're playing a small part in that community's growth. Write reviews for small businesses that you visited. This helps other users like you find a new to them business to support. And share their posts. If they're having an event or they're just launching a new product, share their posts to your own social media accounts to spread the word.
Hey guys, I am Amy Tomasco. I am the owner and doer of all things Sisters Sunflowers. I create unique stickers for small local places in the area, and I would almost always rather have a sticker than a t-shirt. And the main reason why I started was because my favorite local places didn't have cute stickers, and I really wanted to represent them. I also wanted to show a few stickers that are super unique to the areas that are mostly PA Wilds. I created this sticker for the Kinzua Sky Bridge, and as you can see, the A actually looks like the walk. And I was inspired to write out Kinzua like the rest of the wreckage down below. So it's super unique to the area, and I was really proud of thinking of this because I also made this elk, and I had a really fun time drawing it. So I draw all of these on my iPad. I get them sent out to be printed, and I do that because when I'm looking at a sticker or I want to buy a sticker, I want to make sure that it's something that will last. And all of my stickers are waterproof and will stand up in the dishwasher. Like, I put them on my Yeti and stuff, and they're fine in the dishwasher. So you could really put them on anything. Mugs, cars.
Hey, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the second annual PA Wilds Makers Market. It's been so much fun hearing from all of the artisans today. I want to give a shout out to Lakeisha from the PA Wild Center. She's been working behind the scenes today all day to make sure that this event goes off and comes to life. So thank you to her. Today during the event, we heard from Sue at Sue's Sabs, Amy at Sisters Sunflowers, Carl at Alabaster Coffee Roaster and Tea Company, Marie at Pine Springs Pottery, Michaela at PA Made, and Tara at Blackberry and Sage Market. From stickers and t-shirts featuring designs inspired by the Pennsylvania Wilds to the perfect snag-free crafting gear to functional and decorative pottery and intricate paintings and all natural self-care items, the breadth of the talent in the PA Wilds is on full display with these PA Wilds makers. And while this live stream is coming to an end here, the virtual booth will be available until the end of 2021. So come to this link and feel free to stick around and continue your shopping through the end of this year. We hope that throughout the rest of this day, you were able to be inspired by the PA Wilds and the artisans who call it home. We also hope you were successful in finding your next wild thing. Thanks for tuning in.